born ready, okay?
Read through about everything we should get through.
Okay, it's 4 o'clock. I'm gonna bring the October 24th Selectmen's meeting to order. First order of business is pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there any public input? There is no public. Our first appointment is Dennis Gilnett from the library.
Do you want to approve the minutes then? Usually we approve, no? Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh. Usually we do, but that's okay. We can change it.
I don't know, I was just so excited to see him. The first minutes were Monday, October 17th, the regular session at 9 a.m.
Mr. Chairman, I read the minutes and I move that we accept them as written.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
The second set of minutes are the non-public at 12:10 on the 24th.
Mr. Chairman, these minutes appear in order and I move that we accept them and they're being sealed.
Second time, Jim.
He wasn't at,
You've just,
I recused myself from that. Yep.
just you and me, sir.
Okay, I'll second the minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain?
Explain your extension to me, Guy.
I had to leave the room.
Oh, it was during our,
It was during your non-public
all right,
where I recused myself at that time.
yeah, got it. So it was not related to that issue.
No,
That was my question.
no, nothing, I didn't know. I wasn't here.
Okay, the next item of business is.
One more set.
One more
we have
set.
one more set of,
Oh, I don't know.
non-publics. What?
I don't know.
You do. You do.
All right. God, it's gonna be one of those days. This is also at 12:10. No, this is the same one.
No,
One of them says 10:35 a.m.
Okay. Where's the 10:35?
That was the 10:35 one.
it should have been the one where I recused myself.
Correct.
Okay, so your premise is that we voted on that.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're gonna vote on the other one.
That's the other one.
Is this
Now
one?
that
The short one.
Yes.
second sealed minutes.
Seem accurate to me, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So we no longer have any time to see Dennis going up.
You're out, Dennis.
Hey. There you go. Okay.
Yep.
Still was 11 minutes.
I don't know if we have. Did you bring a budget with you?
I did, yeah.
Report?
So with you.
Yeah, did you get
Hi.
I did. Very nice.
Did you get that's what we submit,
I did.
and you have that right? So have that. This is something that I put together, sort of my own internal 5-year expenses. That's something that I did on my own. Okay.
So. So we're looking for
Yes.
a modest increase in the request.
Yes. This year for salaries only include the cost of living. There are no merit increases. I did not
Okay.
even entertain the idea of including those. Cost of living was high enough. So in previous years, we had always asked for 18,000. In 2021, we had increased our collection development budget to 20,000. I dialed that back a little bit along with programs. It's hard to, we have to, per RSA, report our anticipated revenue, and we never know what that's gonna be. Some years it's more, some years it's less.
You went down on heat from last year.
So part of the issue is we have the new building, and then we're trying to do cost estimates. So on heat, they were estimating high, but our heat, even with the increase, Marcia put together based on we have full 12 months of usage now. So Marcia put together with the new cost based off of our usage for the last 12 months.
But your electricity went up
Electricity went up
a lot.
a lot. Yeah.
From 6,000 to 10,000.
Yeah.
So did mine.
Yeah. So some of that's offset by the heat is a little lower. And where I also dialed back like collection and program expenses to what it had been pre-construction. So I think as far as operating costs, there was only a difference of like $800 something. There wasn't much of an increase.
Well, your maintenance costs went up.
Maintenance cost also went up, yes.
I would think that for the new building, that would
Yeah.
level out, but it didn't.
There were some additional things that we added in, cleaning expenses.
Everybody thinks that a new building doesn't have maintenance.
No, I
It
think
couldn't
it
be
has.
further, it couldn't be further from the
I don't
truth.
know.
You start the day you build a building.
I think it has maintenance, I'm not sure it has $1,000 more maintenance than the old building, that's the only thing.
More
Or
than,
$2,000
more than double the size.
Mhm.
Some of the things that we added in that had not been previously included is we have a new monitoring system that was installed. Apparently, we have a cellular radio for the
Fire alarm.
alarm system that was installed before. It was like wired into the old system, so it's tied into the phones. We had an issue where the alarms went off one day. We were trying to call the fire department, but like the phones went dead.
Because it took over.
It took over
It took
the thing.
over.
So we had a new system installed. So part of the increase, not the installation for that, the installation for that came out of the building.
Yeah, there's
But
a monthly fee.
there's an additional monitoring fee for that. Plus we also added an inspection, because the reason why the fire alarms went off is one of the heat detectors needed cleaning and it tripped the alarms. So that's mostly where the
So for
increase was.
2022, your, for all intents and purposes, $3,000 in the black. That's what I'm reading here. You've got a total, anticipated revenue of $52,175. Is that right? Or if you go back to your total request, was for 2022 was $51,005.
Correct. And then we subtracted 15,000. So what happened actually in 2020, we never received, there was an oversight, we never received our fourth quarter check. So even though the budget was approved for $47,081 in town funds, we only received $35,375. So somewhere out there, there's an extra 11,770. So in 2020, our
2022. That's the number I'm looking at.
Right. But also so that had happened, so that's, well, partly in 2022, I'm mentioning that just because it started in 2020 where we budgeted for heating costs that were actually paid for out of the building funds, as well as some of the maintenance did, and then COVID happened and we shut down, so by the time we got to 2020, we were under budget, which is why we subtracted the 15,000, because our expenses.
Okay, I'm just trying to justify two numbers. If you look at the top group of numbers, you've got a $51,000 request.
Correct.
You subtract 15,000 from that,
Yep.
or somewhere. Well, you're at about $50,000. Minus 15. So you're at 36,000.
Yep.
Plus you've got 16. No, okay, here you're saying anticipated revenues of 16,170. Well, let's just continue that number going.
Yep.
So you're at 52,170.
Mm-hmm.
That's how that would play out for 175.
Correct.
That's where the
Yes.
$5 came from.
Yep.
But in reality, you got 36,005
Yes.
plus 19,000 in non-town funds.
Yep.
So I'm gonna understand that you've increased your capital reserve by $3,000, is that how that works?
Right. Our anticipated revenue, because we never know, was 16,000. Year to date, we've already received 18,619. I did an estimate. The 19,000 comes from, assuming we don't get any additional funding from just random donations. That's book sales, copier money.
Right.
So it'll get us to around 19,000. So that with the town, 55,000 is our estimated income.
Right, so in 2022, you're $2,949 ahead of the ball.
Correct.
So how is it that the anticipated revenues have dropped by $1,500, 22 to 23? You went from 16,170 to 14,625.
Some of the money that we get is fairly guaranteed. There's a foundation that we get money from that we get 5,000 every year. There's another foundation, they don't confirm their donations. Sometimes they send us 5,000, usually they send us 2,000.
Okay.
For some reason, during COVID, they sent us 5,000,
Okay.
which was the extra 3,000.
So this revenue is not, I don't know, late book fees or,
No, some of it's that, but a very small amount
okay,
is that.
so this is outside donations.
You know,
Correct.
with the exception of 2022, if you go back to 2018, there's been a consistent but slow drop in revenue.
Yeah.
2022 being the oddball year. It's not much.
Well, 2018, they had 18,000.
Yeah, to 16,750, to 16,800, 15,600.
Well, that was anticipated. What we actually got, like in 2018,
15, 14.
we got 15,770.
Right.
So for 2018, 2019, and 2020, we got less.
And none of your building donations is included in that number?
No,
Okay.
no. In 2021, we got more. But again, COVID was weird because some of the stuff that we were expecting to get in 2020, we never got until 2021.
Okay.
It's always the difficult part to predict because we never know what.
Right.
Some of the money we get from the friends, we ask for a certain amount, we know that we're gonna get that, they commit to that.
Mhm.
But that includes copier money, sales, book sales. So some of it's
Mr. Chairman, this looks like a good budget.
Yeah, I think it's fine. And,
I'd make a motion to approve the library budget in the number of $243,084.
Second, for discussion.
okay, what I'd rather do, we're gonna get another sheet in our normal budget format. That number may vary. However much, $1, $2, whatever it is.
Why?
Because of the way our office calculates what we're giving versus what Dennis is proposing. So she needs to look at those numbers, plug those in and see what the end result
And that was already done.
That's what she did,
is. Is it?
yeah.
That was already.
All the people that are coming in tonight, Kathy's done
Yeah.
for you, and you have them in your folder.
Okay, then let's-
That was an additional thing that we had done. So you received
Yeah, that's them.
this
That, right.
and this. This was our information conversion stuff. So you should have.
It's all right there.
Okay, so this is, so can you repeat your motion, guys?
I make the motion that we approve the library budget for the amount of $243,084.
Okay, it was seconded by Bob, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I'm sorry,
No problem.
I'll catch up soon.
Well, that was an additional thing too that requested in previous years, so I
Yeah, this is helpful.
put that together because it was helpful for me to see spending trends for each one. Alright, well, thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
And the police are aware.
They're aware, he's aware.
Good evening.
Good night.
Want to take me instead, while you're waiting?
Yeah, you missed
Where are you?
missed public input, and that's when
I
I
thought it
thought,
started at 4:30.
No,
it's not on the agenda at all?
No,
Today was a special day.
I went to agenda and there wasn't any budget or anything, it was police, you know, the first,
4 PM.
And it was your input to be, in public input?
It
Yeah.
could have been.
public.
Is it,
It's just information about Sandy Knoll Road that I want to add to your file here.
okay, all right.
Um,
Can we wait for Tammy to get back for a second?
Yeah,
Just so the recording secretary.
you never know.
We gotta, okay, here it comes.
Yeah, Andy was asking about it last week too.
Okay, then let's have Sue give her testimony.
No, no,
So. Yeah, you can
you
sit
stay
there.
right there.
Don't-
You're gonna wanna know about this.
Don't go away.
All right, not going anywhere.
I
I like that. That's good, yeah.
talked with Andy the other day,
Yeah.
and I didn't have the proof. We were looking at the map on the wall there, that's the layout of the town.
Yep.
This is another version of the same thing. This is the Wolfboro Town line, this is the 1,200 acre Pierce lot. And if you go to the real old history books, the State of New Hampshire Township grants, you find the Pierce Lot subdivision, which is here. And here. This is the Wolfboro Town line.
Yep.
Here's the Wolfboro Town line. This purple is Middle Road. This Sandy Knoll Road.
Mhm.
The
In between 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6.
The 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 100 acre lots were granted to Pierce. And it came out to 1,256 acres, 3 rood and 17 perch, exclusive of the land left for roads. Okay, so they left a 2-rod strip here and here, all the way for roads, not part of the abutting lands. So, a lot of times on class 6 roads, the abutters own to the center line. my opinion is, in this case, they do not, that the 2 rods is a separate public strip. So,
And excuse me, this termination is not at North Line Road?
no, it is not.
Okay.
See,
Because
there's
the DOT lists it as going all the way through.
there is a traveled way that goes all the way through, but the public way ends right there.
Okay.
This is trespassing on the neighbor's land, and it's always been a timber lot. Nobody's ever had a house there, at least not for 250 years. There hasn't been a house there.
Well, there are foundations on North Line Road right at that terminus that have been there for longer than 250 years.
Right,
So,
the Piper family was up there, and then,
well, there were a lot of houses up in,
yes, there were, but that doesn't make that a public way.
fine, we can go around and around on that. If the public has been using it for 50 years, then the public still uses it.
Well,
So
they
somebody has to-
used it with permission of the
somebody has to
landowner, the
come forward.
landowner can revoke it.
And I think they can try to revoke it, right? This is Witten's lot, I believe, right now,
I believe so.
this one right here. And this is by, group out of Tilton,
Mhm.
guy.
Yeah, I didn't research that,
Yeah.
I'm just
But the
reporting,
lot in question that is here,
right.
yeah,
They don't own to the center of the road,
right.
but the road needs to be in that 2-rod strip, not on their land. Where somebody said it, you know, they were
Well, it's a
swerving out or
path
whatever.
that's avoiding the washout, which
Yeah.
is somewhere up in here. So there's been
I
a
think it's by
path
that brook
created.
probably, I guess.
Yeah,
Guess
so- Down here at 109A, it did get changed by a town vote,
Right,
because you can't get through there. The Lang Pond Road, the first half of it is part of that same strip. Over here you have number 9 Road and Curtis Road that go up. And when we did this subdivision here of the Wittenbrook, they reserved an access strip, the whole length of it, for no buildings, for walking paths or whatever, because not knowing the status of that strip. So anyway, I'm gonna put these in the folders in the other room that you have for town roads, there's a whole drawer full. I'm gonna put this in the Sandy Knoll,
okay.
so that you have it if anybody asks.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I hope that wasn't
Nice
too
work.
much.
No, it's just fun to do, it's a pain sometimes, but
Where'd you move to?
Appreciate it.
Where'd you move
just 3 houses up the road.
Really?
Temporarily.
We're at 172 instead of 156.
Okay.
Till they build a new house in Canyon Road.
Mm-hmm.
Great, that's very helpful. Thank you. All right.
Okay, do you wanna do your report first, chief, or you wanna do your budget?
Sure. Sure.
This or that, sure.
So these are the correct ones.
Thank you.
So I checked on the new cruiser, they're still awaiting some parts to mount at the shop. They said that it was the wrong one, they're still waiting to hear back when they get the right one. We should have had the bids for the old cruiser.
They're in our action items in one of those folders.
There you
Open up.
are. Do you wanna do those while you're here?
I don't know that it makes any difference.
Okay.
Why not?
But sure.
She's here.
There's only 2.
Okay.
Easy Asian
So we
Auto.
asked the chief to put the X Cruiser out for sale on the interweb. The first, we received 2 bids. The first bid is from Barry Moses, Asian Auto Services, Danville Road, Plastown, New Hampshire. He's bidding $3,912.
I've sold a few cars. Not going.
No. I don't know, somebody came out here and talked to me, but I don't know who it was.
I don't even see it, I heard the number.
The second bid is from Scott Strange of North Conway, New Hampshire, and his bid amount was $3,000. Do I have a motion?
Yes, that's pretty clear. I would move that we award Barry Moses of Asian Auto the car for $3,912.
Second?
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, congratulations, Barry Moses.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, the next thing, on Saturday, we have the drug take back at the transfer station between 10 and 2. Wasn't sure we were gonna be able to do it, I did say we were gonna try to, we're gonna be able to do it now. The 2020 Cruiser is fixed. And some of the others have been fixed. One of the others, though, it needs some work done soon, not urgent. Let's see, last time I talked about State v. Randy Owen is awaiting sentencing. He was sentenced to 9 months with 6 months suspended. It's been appealed to Superior Court, so the county attorney's office will be taking it now. Radars, we got, last time I reported that 2 had to go back to the factory to get repaired. They came back, but one of them is sitting in the new cruiser, so it's sitting down in Newington to be, hopefully when that one mount comes in, it's so. Anyway, but we got another one that has to go back for some repairs. And going on, training has to be completed to the end of the year, we're working on that. And one other thing that's come up is this speed limit sign on 171 to 40 to 35. Somebody apparently took it upon themselves to move it. DOT did not move it, so they're going to be moving it back where it was for some reason. It was moved, so it's moved further towards Moltenboro from where it was. So it's which updates on where we're at on activity is we had a little more court this month. We had motor vehicle stops are still down, summonses are a little bit down, accidents are down too. Offenses are up, incidents are up a little bit, and call for services down slightly. We've also got coming up on the 31st is Halloween, so times have changed a little bit because of what Dennis has decided would work better for the trunk or treat. So that'll be, it's 4:30 to 6 is the time for it now. Which is date on the activity.
any questions?
On the report?
Yeah.
No, so it's very thorough, thank you, Chief.
All right.
So let's go to the budget.
So obviously one of the huge ones is fuel.
Yeah, I have a question on that. The fire department's gone up to 14,425. I don't know and you're not overspending them currently in 2022. So I'm not sure why we have such an enormous increase.
I don't know about the fire department, I can explain why ours is up.
Right now you're on an $8,937 rate of travel. So if you continue buying gas at the same rate you're buying gas now, you're gonna spend about $9,000. So I don't know where 20 grand is coming from.
I'll explain.
Sure.
One, obviously fuel costs are up. The second is, the way the fuel is divvied up between the departments is based upon a formula. Years ago, we looked at how much, took 100% of the bill, and we looked at how much the police department used, how much the fire department used, how much the code officer uses, and it's probably been that way for, I don't know, 15 years or something.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I thought, geez, we ought to look at this again and see if that number is still right. We were at 50% of the fuel usage back then, and we've been paying 50% of the, basically out of the gas bill, whatever comes in, we pay 50% of it, and that's a charge against our department.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at the percentages, and we're actually using like 70% of the gas. So the fire department has been paying for some of our gas, if you will, in the past.
Right.
Looking forward to next year, I thought the fair thing to do is to make our ratio 70%, and that's where the big, going from 50 to 70% plus the increase in the gas is what the raise is about, why it's increased.
Okay, so right now, year to date,
Yep.
you used $7,448 worth of fuel.
Yep.
And the fire department's used $9,322.
But that's probably diesel and gas, right?
It's fuel, I don't care what you drive diesel cruisers, it's fine with me. So $16,770 in fuel has been used. So there should be a total fuel cost this year of somewhere around $20,125. And between the two of you, I've got $34,000 worth of fuel expense next year. Fuel hasn't gone up that much. It hasn't. It's been over $4 since May. So you've got a significant portion of this year that the fuel costs have gone up. And it's not reflected in being over budget. You may be $900 over budget by the end of the year this year, but you're not $12,000 over budget.
No, but that comes to if you, I mean, I don't know what it's gonna be next fall either, but I'm talking about adding the 20%, and then I don't know what is in the fire department's fuel calculation, if that's gas and diesel, I don't know.
Well, diesel's more expensive than gas, so.
We also had a couple months this year where we were short officers, if you recall, so that we didn't use that much.
And you don't know how many gallons you used?
I don't have it off the top of my head right now. But that was the other part, the first 3 months of the year we were low on fuel usage because we had officers out.
All right. But you've got 150% increase in fuel costs here on this budget over last year. I'm trying to justify it. I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I mean, that gives us a total fuel budget for fire and police of $34,825. That's $2,900 a month.
Well, I figured. we get 1,700 a month, and we've been in the 15 to 1,600 a few months already, and that was at 50%. A couple months we were in that range. Obviously, it's dropped down a little bit, but and I'm pretty sure we still get, if I recall, we get the middle grade. We don't get the lower grade because that's what they will deliver to us, if I recall.
That's interesting.
I mean, we could run a calculation if you've got, you don't have a log on your gas usage?
Dude, I
I'm
just
looking at
bring it over with me.
$670 a week.
I can get that for you. I didn't bring it over with me, but I can get that.
The fire department has a 25% increase in fuel. That's what their numbers work out to be.
Yeah, I'm sure it's, and we were expecting some.
Yeah, 25 is a reasonable number, I think. Perhaps even 50%.
Well, that's, if we went up 25%, that's half of what the chief's asking for, it's $10,000.
Right.
So,
Except, well, that's 25% of what we budgeted back in the fall of 2020. Essentially, is 8,000 what we projected.
but you haven't overused it yet. As I said, you're due to get up to not $8,900. Let's call it
Okay.
9,000.
We've got 3 months left.
No, you have November and December left. We're already out to the end of October.
I don't know if we've got the October bill yet. We usually get a statement at the end of the month, I think is how it goes, or when they make a delivery.
Well, let's do that math then. We got 7448, 7448 divided by 9 equals 827 times 12 is $9,930. So that's a 20% increase. A 20% increase of actual usage over your budget of $8,000. So that would assume that if you knew the number last year at this time, a good number was $8,000, then allowing for a 20% increase in the cost of gasoline, it should be $9,000 or $9,300. So,
And then, I guess that depends on whether or not you change our formula for divvying up how it's expensed to the departments.
that's really immaterial because you haven't exceeded what you've needed by more than what the increase in gas costs are. You haven't. If your proposition was true that you were paying 70% of the gas bill,
No, I was paying 50% and I'm going to 70%.
or 50%, then this number should be bigger.
No, we haven't changed that formula yet. It has not been changed yet. As far as I know, it has not been changed. I'm still doing the 50%. So if we have a $1,000 bill, I'm paying $500 now. We have but it would go to $700. I mean,
What is this action for? What's the purpose of it? Because all it does is confuse the budget. I gotta sell this thing.
I understand that. That's why I explained it. But we have, when I first got here, it wasn't even in my budget. It was like a separate thing. Gas was just one thing somewhere else. And now, we at one point said, no, everybody should figure out how much they're using and it'd be in their budgets. We did it at the time, and I was using about 50% of the gas. You wanna keep me at 50% next year, that's fine, but Adam's essentially subsidizing our gas bill if that's the case. I mean, that's, or if you wanna go back to one thing,
But
I'm
he isn't.
fine.
He isn't subsidizing your gas bill. I mean, I'm looking at his
Well, if he
numbers.
deducted it out of there,
I'm looking at his numbers and your numbers.
yeah,
So between the two of you, let's add them up, 7448 and 9322. So total cost of fuel, $16,770
What'd you say, 16,770?
for the year. And you've got 10,936 plus 8,000. You've got a total budget of $18,936. Right? So right now we've got $2,200 left to get through the rest of the year without going over budget. And we'll probably go over budget on that line. But the question is, excuse me, this question remains that you're asking for a 150% increase in your fuel line, and I'm not seeing it justified anywhere.
And the chief hasn't, fire chief hasn't gone over fuel yet either.
No. No.
If the fire department was subsidizing you, you'd expect that number to be already over.
And your total budget was 18,936. I mean, what are you saying, you're paying 50%?
Pay 50%.
So 9,468, so the calculation for 22 is wrong. It should have been $9,468 if you are actually paying 50%. 18,936 times 70. Yeah. I gotta go the other way. Yeah, if the fire chief was only paying 50%, his fuel bill should be somewhere around $5,680.
He was paying like, he wasn't paying 50, he was paying, I'd have to look it up. He was paying a lot less than that, because Jack's paying a portion too. Part of it's because, I'm talking about the gas only,
Right.
part of it is, the fire department's gone to more diesel vehicles too than back then. They had some others that were gas back, and this was a while ago when this program was first done. I actually, honestly, I looked at it because I thought I would reduce my percentage. But
Well, it's
it
not,
didn't.
trying to figure this on a percentage doesn't make any sense. Because you're gonna burn $9,000 worth of fuel, let's say it's $9,500 worth of fuel over the course of 2022. Even if you put a 20% increase on fuel costs, you're only at 11.4. I mean, in order
Like
to get to
5 to 7 is like a 40% increase, isn't it?
from what to what, I'm sorry.
From 50% to 70% is a 40% jump, I think.
I'm just doing percentage of calculation.
Okay.
So if you're doing, let's say you do $10,000 worth of fuel usage in 2022, in order to get to 20,400, you're gonna have to be spending $9 a gallon for fuel. And that's not going there.
No, I know it's not.
You know, if it gets to 6, you know, the people's hair will catch on fire. So,
And if he goes to 70%, that means the fire chief goes down another 20%.
yeah.
So
you can't
his
do
number
that.
should be going down, not up.
That's an internal function, that's not our function, I don't think we ever determined that.
Yeah, no, I get that.
70/30. I had never heard that number before.
That's how, I'm just saying.
I'm sure it's how you work,
But that's how it was done. Like I said, when I first got here, the gas was out of the selectmen's budget or highway department. It's out of highway department, I never saw it on my accounting here. Then there was a move, they said, everybody needs to pay for their own fuel use. And that was what we calculated at the time. We were using 50% of it, and the fire department was using like 35, and Jack was using about 12, and then 1% was going to like Parks and Rec, or not Parks and Rec, to the transfer at the time. I don't know how they calculated it at the time, but I can tell you right now, the number's quite a bit different, and I was just trying to be consistent with that and be fair to the other
Okay,
departments.
let's start again here. All you've got on your salaries is a 0.74 or 7.4%, is that what it is?
All I did was the COLA that you did, I didn't do anything else.
Okay. Same with the assistant,
It's all, yes.
okay. Overtime, you've gone down by $6,000
I cut it back,
because of usage,
because of usage and,
We're back to full staff.
yeah, we're back to full staff, so
okay.
hopefully we'll be back to a lower. I adjusted it down, I'm nervous, but yeah, I thought it would be the right thing to do.
And holiday pay is commensurate with the holiday.
That goes with, that's the holidays, yeah, it's how many,
With the COLA.
huh?
It increases with the COLA.
With, yeah,
That's what I figured.
I have
Yeah.
a question about holiday pay.
yeah,
How many people in your department are salary?
I'm the only one,
Do you take holiday pay?
yes.
How does that work with a salary person?
I'd have to go back to when the chief was hired. I honestly don't know, I can't answer that question. I've known it to be that in some negotiations, that's part of the deal. If it was never mentioned, then he's getting paid 365 days of the year, that's all he gets. He doesn't get vacation pay, I hope.
Hmm?
You don't get vacation pay.
What do you mean I don't get vacation pay?
You get 52 weeks of salary, that's it. You don't get 54 or 56 or 58. So if you take 2 weeks off, you're gonna get paid those 2 weeks.
We get vacation days.
But you're not gonna get additional money for those vacation days.
It's the way we've always been doing it.
No, it isn't. And it, or if it is, then you've been being overpaid by 52 or 54 weeks. Because if you're salary, you only get 52 weeks of pay, that's it, end of story. You don't get 52 plus this day plus this week. You don't get those pluses, doesn't work that way.
Okay,
So, you negotiate a salary, you get 52 weeks of pay, that is it. If you've got an issue with that, then let's go to the labor board, but that's where we are with salaried employees.
well, that's the way we've always done it.
Well, then they've done it wrong. I believe this question came up once before with salaried employees. I'm pretty sure it did sometime in the last
I
5
don't know.
years. All right, so we'll have to visit that. I mean, if you get sick and you're sick for 3 months, you don't get 3 months worth of pay plus 3 months worth of sick pay, right?
No, you have sick days you have to use, just like anybody else.
No, you have 3 months worth of pay. That's all you have. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to go around this problem throughout my life, I guess. But if you're a salaried employee, you're gonna get 52 weeks of pay. That's it. Not 54, not 56.
So if somebody is salaried and they're sick, they don't use sick time?
No, they don't have to. They don't have sick time.
Because you get paid for it
We've
anyway.
always been required to use sick
Yeah.
time or
Well, use sick time.
vacation
The
time.
point is, you don't get to get paid twice for the same amount
We
of
don't.
hours.
You're not.
You are.
No, we're not.
Okay,
If I put in for a and I'm sorry.
okay, let's talk about vacation.
Yeah, because it's gonna affect me when I come up to the budget, but if I put in for a vacation day,
Yeah,
I've taken that day off,
right.
I'm not taking the day that you gave me, you know, as far as that I would be working and the vacation day. You know what I mean?
You're talking time, I'm talking money. Okay, so if you put in for a week's vacation.
Yeah.
You're still gonna get that week's pay. Whether you are there or not, whether you're in the office or not.
We've never worked that way.
It's really semantics, it's just called a different thing, it's not a
Yeah.
work day, it's called a vacation day.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
but it's not an addition
not
to the
additional.
salary.
No, we've never got money on top of, you know, like, you didn't get paid twice.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's the point he's trying to make.
Got it.
Yeah,
But from which made me nervous, from sitting out there, it
Kinda
made
dragged you
it
in.
sound, it made it sound like that vacation time and you know, sick days we didn't get that as a salaried employee.
Oh, no, I would never.
That's my
What you said?
understanding.
No.
That's what he was
No,
just
that isn't
saying.
what I said.
No.
What I said is it doesn't goddamn matter whether you're sick or on vacation. You're going to get paid.
But
Yeah.
what if we have a
No matter
limit on
what.
sick leave, though?
I'm sorry?
We have a limit on sick leave.
Well, then don't call it sick, call it something else. But you're a salaried individual. Until we let you go, you're paid every week for 52 weeks. That's all I'm saying. So you can have a sick leave policy, you can have a family leave policy. All of these policies are generated towards the hourly worker, not towards the salary worker. But if you wanna accumulate that onto yourselves, that's your choice. But our position is we're gonna pay you 52 weeks for 52 weeks, that's it. How you use that time is a totally different discussion. So you're getting salary for 52 weeks and we're contracted to give you 4 weeks worth of vacation, let's say. And you take 5. Now we're gonna have a discussion about you not being here for a week when you were supposed to be here. But we're still paying you all 52 weeks. We're talking about a policy then, not money. Am I getting through to you? Because I don't think I am.
I'm just thinking about what the policy has written and passed by the town
I don't
says.
give a shit what the policy says. The policy only applies to non-salaried employees fundamentally.
Okay.
And what difference would it make anyway, Andy? Do you want us to not pay you when you don't come in? Do you want us to calculate your vacation time?
Well, that's what's
That's,
being done.
that's what has always been done.
Okay, because we've allocated a certain amount of vacation to you guys on an annualized basis. So there is a calculation being done. But as far as sick time or any of that, it doesn't matter. If you get shot, you got for a year, we'd still pay him.
I've just never seen it work that way. You know,
It's
I feel
always
that I have to
worked.
work for, you know, if I'm not here today, even though that I'm on salary, I need to make up for that time as far as, you know, my taking a day off.
I would recommend both of you take a look at the New Hampshire labor law for salaried employees.
I would recommend you for sainthood.
No, not at all.
Do you feel obligated to come in and make up that
Yeah,
time?
that's-
No, like Chip says, if you got 4 weeks vacation, you're getting paid for 52, but we're only expecting you to work 48.
Right. That's our expectation.
That's what I think.
But let's say you don't take 4 weeks vacation, you don't get to carry it, you don't get extra money, or maybe you can carry the time, I
We
think.
carry the time,
Carry
but we
the
don't
time,
get extra
But you
money.
don't get extra money
Right.
for the 2 weeks you didn't take. All right, let's move on. So the next budget item that's going out
Uniforms.
is uniforms.
I put a question mark next to that.
Expecting that we're gonna spend twice as much money on uniforms.
I think we will be spending more next year on uniforms.
Full replacement?
Not quite full, but we'll have to do something about jackets, winter jackets. We'll maybe do some of them this year, but I'm expecting you're gonna need some uniforms next year.
So, you've got a 100% increase in the amount. And you've only spent $1,600 this year. Have you got more expenses going out against that?
Yes,
And it's not.
not a huge amount, but we'll probably be close to 3,000.
Additional?
No, we'll be close
So
to the
it's
total
only
budget.
Close to you,
No way we can undo any of that.
I mean, we could probably buy some of it now, I guess, but
Well, this budget item, you're saying you're gonna spend this budget item.
it'll be close, I think, by the time we're there.
So there's really nothing left to encumber there. Yeah, no, there's a whole lot left anywhere. So, we'll have to see. Any more comment on uniforms?
I think that's a big increase.
Well, what's the uniform cost per officer? What's that, when you hire somebody?
Yeah, done it for a few years. Let's see, well, body armor is close to $700, $800.
Does that come under uniforms?
Yeah. The hats are a couple $100. The winter jackets, probably about $300. Pants are a little over 100 a piece.
And how many do you got?
We've been doing 2 or 3.
Okay.
Shirts are they're about a 80 piece because they're not short and long. Long is a little more expensive because it gets
Okay.
a few other things. The gun belt alone is probably around it's probably like about $500. Let's see, boots are $200 roughly. We do a rain. Another jacket will be that's about $200. A lighter jacket, $150. Off the top of my head.
So you're at $2,600, you're basically gonna completely re-clothe 3 officers? Or 3 of the 5 of the people?
That'd be 4.
Or there are only 3 officers in the chief?
Well, you got, it's 4 people.
Right,
Yeah, not 5.
so 50% of the, no more than that. So 3 of the 4 are gonna get a complete redo?
I expect it will probably, well, who knows what price will be next year too, compared to what they are now, but
Yeah.
I'm just, worst case scenario. One person leaves, you're buying the whole shooting match and then, some of it might be able to transfer over, but our mag, like my mag pouches are getting kind of worn down, so probably some of this stuff should be replaced, just on appearance looks, not necessarily functionality.
All right. Any more questions on uniforms? Conference and training went up because we've got an ammunition cost increase.
And in tuition, we're still not getting a lot of training at the academy that's being open. It's mostly because they're trying to fill it with so many recruits. It's
So you're not doing any update training?
there's a little bit, but not a lot. So we're having to spend more on that. I probably can go back to last year's number and bank as worst case scenario. I probably can go back to last year's
We're
number.
really talking $1,900, so it's not a budget buster, but.
So some of the things I added that I hadn't planned on last year was some of this online training that we do. Yeah, it's probably
Because you've only spent $5,200 out of that.
right.
You got, how much more, but 11 million are you gonna spend?
No, we won't spend everything from this year's budget. We won't go over that.
Well, I certainly hope not, but
No.
you're gonna spend another $5,000 on training?
I don't believe so that by the end of the year.
Okay. So that begs the question on the increase. I mean, I gotta sell $13,850.
And that's why I said it probably can be decreased down to this year's or a little bit less even.
Pick a number.
How about $11,750?
Okay, so it's,
Mr. Chairman, I'll move $11,750 for 4210 21,680.
are we gonna do it that way, Bob? Cause I'll have to go back to fuel if we are.
That's not how you
No,
want
that's
to do
fine.
it. If you'd rather do bottom line, it's you're the chairman.
No, I mean, we're gonna go line by line, but not as we go
You
along.
don't need to vote every, each line.
Yeah, so just make a note of where
Yeah.
you want to be on that.
Every track.
Thanks. Radio equipment, you spent $140 on 1,400.
Yeah, we still have to do the radar certs. We're waiting for them to come back fixed,
Okay,
so we're gonna be doing that. And probably some batteries will be in there too. So it's,
so that's gonna get spent.
no, I don't think all of it's gonna get spent, but I don't know what, you know, next year. If we lose a radio, it's like $4,000 or $5,000, so
Yeah.
it's, repairs can be, I guess we're lucky we haven't had too many repairs, but
Okay. So that's gonna remain flat. New equipment, how do we come up with a negative $3,000 expense on 22?
beats me. I think what happened, if I got it right, so we had a radio, we were gonna buy 2 radios this year, and I think we got a grant that helped pay for one of them,
Okay.
or a radio, so it changed where it came out of. I think that's why it's like that, I don't know for sure.
Okay, so the computer replacement included,
We gotta do a server, and we might have some other repairs we have to do.
so that's in that report that the IT people gave us? the other
Yes.
day? Okay,
They suggested 2023, maybe 2024, I put it in 2023.
okay. And they can do it in 2023?
I would think so.
Well, let's take a good look at new equipment here in December. Cause if you're still sitting on $12,500, let's do some, encumbering. And,
Good purchase and sale agreement.
well, we already have that with the IT people, we can, we can get it firmed up.
That's what I
They
mean.
gave us the
what I mean.
estimate for the police, right? All right, crime prevention. We
I've already spent some of that, it's just not showing up on that yet.
Okay, you're not gonna overspend the 6.
No, I won't spend it over that.
Investigations, you're up $2,500 or $250.
Yeah. So I think some of that, you could probably go back to what it was, 1750. Some of the stuff, so for example, I bought like DVDs where we make burn copies for cases. I think those have been wrapped into office equipment rather than opposed, they should probably be in here. Same thing with batteries. At times, they sometimes, that's what I have, batteries, and then our fingerprinting and processing equipment, and supplies to do that, boxes.
Well,
And then also I keep like $1,000 in there in case we have to send a drug case out to the National Health
Yep.
Lab, because that's a fee we have to pay. Because the state doesn't test all drugs. So for sexual assault, for example, there's also, if I need to do a transcription, I think a couple of years ago, we paid for a transcription to be done. We didn't have staff in the office, so, it's kind of, I won't spend it all, but I need the money there in case I need it.
okay, between office supplies and investigation supplies, you've gone up $1,300. Not a great deal of money, but you say batteries and some other,
Those are the things that go between the two. Sometimes I put it under investigations for office. Office equipment this year, we changed our printer over and that's cost us, some extra in toner and stuff.
okay.
If you've underspent both of these lines, I know we have 2 months to go, but when you're underspending a line, it's hard to justify an increase. Unless it's something specific that you
Well,
that you
yeah,
spend it.
unless the cost of what might happen goes up, so I don't know, a rate kit, does it cost $500 more this year than it did last year? I'm just picking something out of the air. Is some investigative supply more expensive
I'm seeing a lot of 10%
already?
increases in things.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're,
Seems to be the magic number this year.
okay, the rest of this budget is pretty flat. I don't, not to cut you off, Bob, but
Okay.
Time.
let's do line by line. Shall we?
Okay.
Okay, I gotta do, and we don't have to move and vote on the lines, we just gotta walk through it. I've got chief salary at $113,568,
Yep.
officer salary at $253,472,
Yep.
assistant at $23,307.
Yep.
I'm gonna recommend fuel at $11,400.
Okay.
Any discussion on that?
No.
Okay. Overtime at $10,847. Holiday pay at $15,596.
I'd like to know more about holiday pay for salaried employees.
Darren,
That falls under the same thing as,
it's only the cheapest on it.
does this cover
Well, there's also,
you as well?
yes,
So maybe part of his 52 weeks is coming out of that.
So getting
But I think we need
12
to have Kathy,
12 or 13 holidays in here.
yeah.
it's 12.
Bob, when we get to this part right here,
Yeah.
that's when we usually have a discussion on that. Because that comes pretty much almost at the end of our budget season. It's called personnel administration.
Yeah.
We've had a discussion about these kind of things typically
I
when we
mean,
get
all,
to that part.
Chief, all you did was push this up 7.4%, am I right?
Yeah,
That's
whatever
exactly
you did, I didn't
Calculated it.
do any steps or anything, I just did that. But anything that has to do with salaries, overtime I brought down a little bit.
Mhm.
Right, so anything, let's say that we continue a discussion, we decide that the holiday pay has been misused for some reason, then we come back in. This number doesn't have to change at all, because nothing's come out of that line yet. So all of the, if nothing comes out by the end of the year, all of it goes back into the reserve. But the holiday pay generally gets paid in December in a lump sum, so we can have that discussion. And let's say, for just argument's sake, that all $14,447 goes out in holiday pay because we agree with the policy as has been working, then it would have to have a 7.4% increase for next year. Okay?
Okay.
Uniforms,
$6,000.
I was at 4,500, but I'll go to 6 if you want. That means at $2,600 per pupil.
2,600 per. Oh,
Yeah.
and then you're at
52.
$10,400. You're gonna
No,
do everybody.
yeah, but $5,200 would do half the staff.
$6,000.
All right. Guy, anything?
Well, we're talking about doing 3 people or 4 people, but this could include completely outfitting 2 and partially outfitting 2 others. It's a number. I mean, it's really not.
Yeah, he's not gonna buy all new pants for everybody.
No, I mean,
Buy him 2 new pairs and
things
stuff.
that happen. I think 6. I'll go with that.
Okay,
Hope it's enough.
okay, conference and training would drop to 11,750. By chief's recommendation. Radio equipment is 1,400. New equipment is 10,000. Crime prevention is 600. Investigation supplies is 2,000. Telephone is 7,500. Office supplies 12,258. Postage is $360. Repairs and maintenance is flat at $16,350. So. Shall I do the?
You have the large screen number calculator. Yes, please.
This is good. Alright, got a total police budget 4210 at $496,408. I'm gonna make that a motion.
That was 408 or 480?
496,408.
408. Okay.
I had 497. Oh, wait.
No difference.
Well, let's vote on the larger number and we can adjust it.
We went down $9,400 on fuel. We went down,
No, 9,000.
Cause we're at 11,400.
oh, 11,400.
Yeah.
I wrote 11,000.
Yeah.
That's what I thought I heard you say. All right.
Sorry.
9,000.
1,500.
Yeah, 1,500 in that, and then 1,100 on the next one. So 509.
11,600.
Minus.
So what would be?
496,608.
No. 408. $498,408. Or $496,408, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Motion was made, I believe.
It was.
I'll second.
It wasn't, any more discussion?
No.
You sure, Bob?
Yeah.
Alright. Kathy, if we've made a major mistake in our calculations, our staff will enlighten us as to.
We should vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Alright.
That's chin whiskers.
I know I've been in a great mood for you, chief, and I'm not, and this is one of the reasons I'm in a bad mood. The Tuftonboro Police Department does not have a constitutionally guaranteed free speech right.
Not us.
It is. It says Tuftonboro Police Department. It's right on your website. I can bring it up.
I don't know how that got there.
I don't either, but let me tell you something. If I've got time enough to do that,
I don't know how that got there. But
Right.
there is also another Tuftonboro Police Department up there too. I will check to make sure that is not on there.
and I don't care if it's one candidate's side or one party or another. We are apolitical here.
I understand that. I'm not happy about that either, but I don't know how that got there. I guarantee you. I'm the one who runs the official one. There's another one out there that somebody's been monkeying around with saying stuff.
Well,
But I reported it to Facebook, but I don't think I ever would have put that up there. I wouldn't have done
I
that.
certainly hope not. I mean,
I wouldn't.
we had an issue similar to this at the transfer station, and it's not something we need to deal with. You're more professional than that.
Absolutely, I wouldn't have, here's the problem with Facebook is that if you post a link to something, and then the person changes that in the original, if you share that, it could change what showed up. I guarantee you, I would not have done that. But I
I'll
will
forward you the
make
stuff I
sure.
have.
Huh?
I'll forward the stuff I have on my computer. I'm not,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I
agree
don't
with
know
you.
how to
I've not-
search any of that stuff.
I'm just telling you, that's the one drawback to it. I asked a couple of years ago about getting a software program that would monitor it, and I was shot down, so. But I'm not saying that, but that would, because that's what can happen, that's the danger of it.
Right.
But, I mean, that would say if somebody changed something down the road. So-
Yeah, and it's all well and good for us to say, oh, it's somebody else that's doing something crazy on the internet, but it says,
I
talk
understand that.
over a police department on the top. So any of these citizens out there are looking and saying, why are we paying police officers to post shit online?
No, I don't disagree, I'm not happy about that either, I'll find out, but I'm not, I guarantee you, that was a year ago, I don't think,
It was January,
well, it says December 31st,
or
but,
whatever.
It's pretty close to January.
yeah, it's January, but, yeah.
Give or take 24
I
I
agree
don't know
with
what
you.
else is out there. I mean, somebody sent me that, and
I don't know how it got there, and I'll take care of it.
thank you. Anything else for the police chief? Okay. Thanks for playing. Okay. We have a fire department? Where is he?
He's coming.
Did he quit already?
I'm out of here.
He's about to? Is that what he said?
He said I'm out of here.
Okay.
Do you need to take the gentlemen that are sitting out there where things went
No,
longer?
nope,
No, they're not.
they're not on till 5:30 anyway.
No, we're actually running early.
Okay.
So we're driving all over.
Well, we're running late because
I don't know, fire says 4:45.
4:45.
That's right.
Oh,
and it's
Not
5:15.
half an hour.
All right, go up.
Ron, you're actually joined in your ranks there, Mr. Forgetful.
Yeah, we all do the same thing. Just have it.
Thank you so much.
All right, fire away there.
Alright. So currently, we've done 141 fire calls, 230 EMS calls, 78 service calls, 13 special details for 462. Gas furnace inspections 52, oil burner inspections 4, wood pellet stove inspections 2, life safety 33 for 91. And you can see the difference as far as 2021. We've had less fire calls. EMS calls are almost the same. Service calls are right on as far as it goes. And special details are a little bit higher. The inspections are higher for 2022. As far as fire calls, it all depends on, obviously with us, we're driven by whatever takes place in town or in mutual aid towns as far as that goes. So you give us one storm that might do 40 calls in that one particular storm as far as it goes for multiple trees and wires or trees through houses or fires or whatever happens with that. So our numbers can change at any point in time, but right now the fire calls are down for that. On 10/16/22, we had a cardiac arrest at 9 Mirror Lake Drive. 10/13/22, cardiac arrest at 104 Tuftonboro Neck Road. And I just did the larger calls for that particular stuff. That does not include all the calls that we did for the month. Captain Pike has started the Inspector 1 class, which is being held in Portsmouth, New Hampshire on Wednesdays. Captain Morgan and myself attended a Step Up and Lead seminar held at New Hampshire Fire Academy in Concord on 10/22. Seminar was taught by retired New Jersey Fire Deputy Fire Chief, who's an international speaker and bestseller author Frank Bisco. We gained a lot of information and knowledge from that seminar. A dry hydrant was installed at Ridgefield Corner subdivision on 9/30/2022. The owner has been very cooperative with the department as the subdivision has been grandfathered and did not need a cistern. He was willing to have a fire pond with a dry hydrant, so we provided the dry hydrant piping and parts that were needed. He dug the pond and installed everything, and it's basically up and running. I took a couple pictures of it today if anyone wants to see those. I've been working with radio upgrades as the chairman of the Osprey Valley Mutual Aid, and you probably had seen them as far as time to time on my timesheets. This includes moving the equipment from Tuftonboro Central Station onto the cell tower site behind the station.
How's that coming?
Both cell tower sites look like they're coming along very well as far as it goes. They are going to pour a pad at both sites, and they're in the process of installing the conduit and stuff that we need for our equipment and stuff to go there, and the cell tower company is paying for that work to be done.
Any of this being connected to your building?
No, it's coming out of our building and going on to the site as far as it goes.
There's no connection in between the two?
No, and the power and all of that different stuff as far as the E-line will be paid for by the mutual aid. So that'll be a savings as far as us. So currently it runs off our building's power. And the mutual aid pays for the E-line. Well, the town currently pays for the E-line stuff, but I'm going to try to work that so that the mutual aid ends up paying it. The issue that I have is that the police department is included in everything. So rightfully the mutual aid shouldn't have to pay for the police department side of things, but the way that things worked out to get better coverage in town, we were paying, I think it was $1,086 a year for that E-line. And that's in the emergency management side of things. I sure can take care of the fire department side of things, but I don't think that I'm going to be able to get the county to take up that side of things as far as for the police department side.
So is that gonna be in 2023
As far as
or 2024?
full,
The expense? You're saying mutual aid's gonna pick up part of the expense?
in 2023, we'll, if all goes right, we'll pick up the fire side of the
So
E-line.
the police side will need a calculation on what that's gonna be, so I guess we'll ask the chief, or we?
No, that's all through me.
Okay, so you'll give us a number on what?
Yep.
That side is gonna cost?
Yep.
The mutual aid portions that go in the sheriff's budget,
As far as,
D line?
no, we pay, as far as right now currently, the county bills us $1,086 once a year. And that goes to the county for that. And you'll see that in my emergency management side of things under E-line. Currently, as far as it goes. We obviously have had much better coverage from all of that cooperation and stuff as far as with the sheriff and the grants and things. It's a lot better, but I believe that it can be even better, obviously, if it's up on top of a 130-foot tower that's going to make it better. But we're working on getting the okay as far as moving the equipment, and the mutual aid is buying a what's called a cabinet that's heated and cooled that will sit on the site. Obviously, as I had said, that the cell tower company is going to pour the pads for us and put the conduit in, and we just need to, you know, hook up the different stuff. But it's not gonna cost the town.
You call it a cabinet, is it kinda like a shed?
As far as, it's a metal cabinet, it stands about 6 feet tall, about 3 feet wide.
Oh, so it's not like a shed?
No, it's,
No, it's okay.
Yep.
You know,
I do have a picture of it,
I
as
was
far as
just
it
curious,
goes,
'cause
but,
if you needed a shed, a communication shed, I know where.
Yeah,
I know
no.
where there is one.
it's not a shed, it's a cabinet that's all set up, it'll take the fire and police side of all the equipment that needs to go into it. It heats it and cools it, and believe me, it does need to be heated and cooled. This new equipment is
Especially cool.
horrible for temperatures, especially hot temperatures. The site that we have on Trask Mountain was affected this year by temperatures. It shut down multiple times. We had to put in a air conditioner into the window, one of those that you put inside the building and put it out the window to keep it from shutting down. The old equipment, we never had that issue as far as it goes, but unfortunately that's still the way it is. I obviously will keep you abreast of anything that I'm doing with that. I'm trying to keep track of any time and equipment use as far as a department vehicle, if we have to go pick up equipment, and figure out how we can reimburse the town for fuel or mileage and things like that for that.
Well, it sort of falls under the aegis of mutual aid.
Right,
And
but
we don't get compensated from other towns.
right, but I don't want to take advantage of. I'm the chairman of the mutual aid. I don't want to take advantage of our town using all of our time and assets as far as that goes that benefits other towns also, and not get anything back for the town as far as it goes. Yes, the radios and things like that, but obviously if we didn't do this, or if I didn't do this as chairman, we would have to pay someone, I would think, to do that. I secured a cabinet for one of the sites that we've been trying to get for months. I went and picked it up with our utility truck that has a lift gate to do so. But that takes time, obviously it takes time away, but it's benefiting us, it's benefiting the town and obviously other towns that are around us to make the radios.
Does every cell tower have a generator?
No.
Is this cell tower having a generator?
Not that the town will be hooked up, but we do have battery backup that will operate the units until whatever comes. If we have to do a generator hookup, we will look at that as far as mutual aid.
Does the fire department have a generator available that would take care of the
The
electric needs?
cabinet and stuff like that?
Yeah, that would take care of the needs that for the equipment that you're putting on it?
I believe that we probably, we do have, generators that could be put there if needed.
So, if we were out power had an ice storm, we were out power for 4 or 5 days,
Then we have.
we have a plan in place?
Yes, we will take care of that as far as it goes. It's going to be, it'll have to be over, steps as far as it goes. But it'll be taken care of as far as, if we're gonna be out of power for whatever period of time, then it'll be in place. We'll make sure that there's a hookup on it that we can attach to. And that may, as we go down through the budgets as far as it goes, with the looking at putting a permanent generator at the Melbourne station, that generator that is currently there and mobile, as far as 5,000 watt generator, could be possibly used as that, so. But I will keep you informed with whatever we do with that. We assisted with the setup and breakdown at the central station for a flu clinic that was provided by Lakes Region Visiting Nurses Association on 10/5. There were 70 people who received the shots that day. We used the signboards to try to generate more notification of people, and I think that I heard approximately 5 different people that said that you know, they were there because they saw the signboards out there for letting them know. Utility 1 had its complete service done at Lake Region Fire Apparatus to include yearly inspection, pump service, rear brakes, and rotors for $981.44. Rescue 1 went to Lakes for a brake issue. All pads, rotors were replaced for the F-550 Ford rescue truck. Estimated cost was $2,000 to $2,500. I have not received a final bill with that. Engine 2 received its state inspection at Lake Region Fire Apparatus, but has not received its yearly maintenance at Eastern Fire Apparatus in Milton. With that particular truck and our Engine 1, it's a different fire apparatus dealer that usually services them, and they usually have that particular brand of parts and stuff available, so you don't have to wait for it. So that doesn't normally go to Lakes. The one thing that we have found, especially in this time of year, is that the gentleman that operates Eastern Fire Apparatus is a single person. He's the only one that does the work at his company. He works full-time at a job, obviously, as far as a fireman in Rochester. So we've had some issues as far as getting him to get this completed. Obviously, we're not going to wait for inspections and stuff like that, because it's very important to make sure that everything meets inspection, and that we don't want to leave it without an inspection sticker. So we took it to Lakes to make sure that it passed inspection and got everything situated with that. And the last cell towers appear to be going well, and we will have cement pad and conduit for the tower and fiber at 189 Middle Road and 69 Sodom Road. We may never have radio equipment or anything like that at the Sodom Road site, but the stuff will be there. It won't have to be dug up again, and it is paid for by the tower company as far as
Great.
that goes. So we're trying to stay on top of that.
Did we steal the trailer from Effingham?
No, the trailer that is sitting there in the yard was the mutual aid's trailer. And it was loaned to Effingham for a period of time. It used to be our hazmat trailer for mutual aid, Carroll County hazmat. They in turn got a truck through a grant process. The truck has never really lived up to its means. It can't be stored in places easily because it's over 13 feet tall and 33 feet long. The hazmat team is seeing some issues as far as it goes, and what's going to happen is the truck's going to get downsized back into the trail, and a lot of the equipment that has gone by the wayside as far as out of date and things like that is going to go away, and the mutual aid, or as far as the Carroll County hazmat team, is going to change. It will no longer be what's called a Class A. They won't be able to outfit in Class A suits and things like that and go into some really bad environments. It'll be more of, you know, cleaning up spills and holding everything until you know, another hazmat team can get there. And then the truck is going to be sold because it was a grant type of thing. And the money from selling the truck, from the hazmat team, will go back into replacing some of the equipment that's outdated and they still will need meters and stuff.
Good, thanks. Now,
Okay, should we move on to the budget?
Yes, please.
All right. You got yours on? Yep. You see the fire chief's salary went up 7.4. Fire department officer salary, I'm not sure where you came up with 215,000.
If, did you get the backup information?
oh, yes. The book.
Yeah.
As usual. Thank you for this, by the way.
Where the officer's salary has gone up drastically, we're looking at putting a full-time captain, a second full-time captain in place, for the fire department.
Justify?
The reason why we're looking at that is that, we were originally looking at, as far as a full-time person, as far as firefighter wise and EMS, as we sat down and looked at it further, or as far as looking at it further, basically, I'm not gonna be here for multiple years, you know, following. I'm looking at hiring a captain that's working currently, from a firefighter on another department, and, bringing him in. He already does a certain period of work for us, probably about $20,000 to $22,000 a year as a lieutenant in the department, in the call side of things. He does a lot of the computer work, computer radio work, and I feel that he would be a good candidate as chief as time comes down the road. He is in a position that he would be willing to take the position here in town. That all comes down to whether or not that it would need to be put out, obviously, as far as it goes.
So this is the captain full-time 269,660.
Yes.
But he's already doing $22,000 worth of work for us.
That's correct.
So the actual's $47,000.
Right.
Okay.
What we are finding as far as department-wise is that we're obviously not getting the volunteers to come out as far as it goes. He is doing a lot of work for us, but obviously when he goes to his other job, we find that he could be gone for a week or whatever between time periods, so that we're hit and miss. If we have him here working full-time with the department, we not only have him for that 40 hours, we have the opportunity for him to be coming back and not being called, tied up because he's working somewhere else for overtime or whatever that he may have to not have the opportunity to come back. Person's very dedicated as far as it goes, and does a lot of time with the department. We're finding that our call people, obviously, especially at nighttime or early morning, we don't have the people here.
So where's the 22 grand coming out of? Is it coming out of firefighters' allowance or
It would
shift
be,
coverage right now before we?
it comes out of officers.
So the $22,000 is coming out of the officer's salary?
Yes.
Okay.
So you wouldn't be paying that $22,000, you'd be paying,
69.
And having a full-time person.
So you're adding $47,000, round figures. So that brings you up to 197, 180.
less the COLAs and, yeah,
Well, then add the COLA to it,
Right.
and you're up to 215.
Right.
It's the amount.
so that's good.
Actually, it's a little higher than 215. All right.
So you're saying that, because you're not getting on-call people, that, you're running short on calls?
I'm saying for the first time this year, and we have been, I think that I've voiced this in a couple different things, that we are getting less people. For the first time this year, we had a medical call that we didn't respond to as far as fire department wise, but Stewart's covered it, and luckily it wasn't something that was serious as far as that goes, and they in turn got canceled. It ended up being a police department type of issue, but in over 20 years, there's never been something that we haven't gone out to take care of. Also, I think it's very important that we do have someone at the different scenes and things. One, not only because we hopefully know a lot of our townspeople and how to get to them. We've seen that the ambulance company, that when they're coming in, there's so many new people, they might not be familiar with the areas totally. It takes them a little bit longer to get in. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so are we on to shift coverage? Is that what you're talking about?
No, as far as, I'm just talking in general as far as
Okay, but is
department to
that-
respond to stuff.
If we can skip forward to that, because that's really
Sure.
the next,
Increase?
Did you include,
Question more.
if this is a full-time position, it's gonna be a benefited position.
or you
Correct.
did you include the,
It's there in your color sheet, well, to a point.
To a point.
My
The
question-
only thing that is not there, in that sheet is the retirement, the insurance,
Like
but it would be,
holidays is there.
it would be in Kathy's side of,
Right, Medicare,
he is a single person,
health.
so, Kathy said that it was, approximately $10,000 something for insurance. And, then as far as FICA, Medicare, and retirement,
Be close to $100,000,
yes.
maybe over.
The way that I see it, we're gaining, obviously, a person. We haven't hired anyone since 2006. The transfer station has more employees than we do, obviously.
not really.
Well,
but
technically, if they have 4 full-time employees, they have more than us.
More full-time employees.
Right.
But you have quite a few part-time.
Yes, but if anything that we have tried as far as to get the part-time employees to come out, I mean, and it's not us, as far as particularly as far as department wise,
It's everywhere.
it's everywhere.
And is that the shift coverage number that we're doing, or
No, the-
the allowance?
The shifts coverage, as far as that goes, that covers, a paramedic that we have that
Right.
works 2 days a week, and a firefighter, 1 day a week, that covers for the full-time people when they're out.
With an additional full-time body, is anything gonna go down?
Obviously, if you're hiring someone else, nothing's gonna go down
I mean,
because
he's replacing the bodies, you could be replacing 1 or 2 people that come in on call,
he
because
could
he's
be.
here.
Right, but you can't guarantee that he's gonna replace whatever amount of people. Yes, and the other thing that I found
Trying to
is,
help you justify this.
right, and it's tough to justify anything as far as when you go from nothing, you know, basically, to hiring another person. We never know when we're gonna be called out on calls as far as it goes. Do nothing today, we do 6 calls tomorrow. And he could be working that day and cover whatever amount of calls, which helps us. You know, we don't have to bring in, you know, whatever amount of people, but the way that we operate as far as department-wise, it usually takes a certain amount of people to cover the calls.
And time for them to get there.
In time for them to get there. The full-time people, they leave the station, and, you know, they go out and get started with whatever has to happen. This, for medical calls, Stewart's ambulance comes in, with the 2 people that are on their ambulance, and usually transports from there. It will give us the opportunity to have that second person during the day, depending on how they set up their hours as far as coverage, to be able to transport some, you know, if needed as far as it goes. We can't always justify that we can transport, you know, every time that we might be needed, because we probably don't have the people to do so. But it gives us that one more person to take out some of this stuff where we're lagging behind.
All right. We're gonna make a decision at some point on this 3rd employee, or 4th employee, whatever it is.
Third.
Let's work our way down through this.
Yep.
Fuel, you're up to 14,425. You think that's enough?
From what I had calculated, I'm hoping that that is going to be enough as far as it goes. And it's my understanding that the percentage rate, as far as what the fire department was paying out, and what the police department's paying out, is going to change. Our percentage was going down because we were using less gas. We use more diesel than gas as far as it goes. So we would be paying less, hopefully, on the fuel side of things.
Yeah, but we're just looking at fuel.
Yeah.
I don't care what it is, I don't care if it's
So far,
butane.
I've spent,
fuel.
if I estimated January, and I estimated October, November, and December. That would say that I will be spending $7,572.21 in gas. I had to estimate on the diesel, but I estimate that I'll be spending $4,948.45.
So you got a total of 11,000 something.
Yep, and then small engines and other, which is boat gas, $19,001.87. So that would be a total of $14,425. Budgeted currently, I have $10,936.
It's about a 25% increase, and I don't think a 25% increase is unreasonable.
Right.
I just want, we had to go around with the police department. And
That was
I
more
just
than
want to make sure we
25%.
get the right number.
Right, so there's quite a decrease with that percentage rate on the gas side of things. I'm hoping that we'll be fine with that.
Oh, I'm sure you will be. Happy to hear it. Okay, the
Holiday pay, that is still on,
So-
have further discussions about holiday pay.
Yep, so that included all 3 full-time employees, and if the salary side of things,
Salaries, all I'm concerned about.
Yep.
I realize this number's in there for hourly people, but how many salaried people do you have?
One.
Just you.
myself, and if
Did you include yourself in this figure?
in the holiday pay,
Yes.
yes, because that's what the town
Yeah. I'm not trying to
information.
take anything
Nope.
away.
No,
All
I
I'm
just
saying is
feel,
if you wanna charge this line for a holiday that you're not working.
Right.
That's an accounting issue. I'm just gonna stand in my position that you're gonna get 52 weeks worth of pay.
Yep.
And that's it.
okay,
So
so,
how you allocate the expense is totally up to your department. of
Right.
accounting.
so what I have done, and it's the same with my captain. If we don't work, if we work the hour, for whatever day or whatever, then that got put into the day's time. And whatever time period that we didn't, end up working, we took vacation time and made up for that.
And that's just a function of the time, not a function of the money. So, and I'll bring it back to the same thing I talked to the chief of police about. So let's say we give you 4 weeks vacation.
Yep.
And at the end of December, you've only taken 2 weeks vacation. You can take the 2 weeks time and carry forward. You're not gonna get a check for 2 weeks worth of vacation.
Which we've never received.
Right. I just wanted to make that
Yep.
perfectly clear.
But as far
We
as,
still owe you the time off, and I wish you would have taken it in the year it was given to you. So we still owe you that 2 weeks, but we don't owe you any additional money.
but as far as what it says in the holiday pay, it says
Also, end of the year,
full-time employees. It doesn't say anything about salaried
on top of it.
employees in the town's policies.
Okay.
So that's why,
And maybe we gotta
we've done
change,
that.
maybe we gotta change the policy, but I mean, that's an easy way for somebody to get paid 55 weeks or 56 weeks worth of pay for 52 weeks worth of year.
okay,
And that's, we haven't done it, and I think, I just wanted to make that clear to the chief of police, I'm not sure
Okay.
he did.
so to me, I don't feel that we're trying to take advantage of, we're going by whatever the policy the town had. If that's something that's going to be taken away, then we need to be notified of it so that we can take vacation, even though that a lot of times you can't. If you acquire 5 weeks of vacation, a year, in the fire side of things,
Yeah.
there's a lot of time that you just can't take off from the job.
Are we giving too much vacation time then?
No, it's not it just, there's not the time to
Right.
take the vacation time.
Well,
If you,
in blocks, it's hard to take 5-week
Right.
block or a 3-week block of vacation.
if
People do it.
someone working here, I've been chief for 22 years, you acquire whatever amount of vacation time, sick time, personal time. Obviously, at one point in time, it wasn't regulated, 100%, and then all of a sudden, it was, you could carry over everything that you had. And that gets out of hand as far as it goes. So now you can carry over 2 weeks. So that 2 weeks on top of 5 weeks, it's tough to take all of that, especially unless you just don't want to see me, as far as an employee type of thing.
You have a deputy chief.
Yeah.
But because he's not a full-time chief, there's no way he can step in and take your position for 2 weeks or 5 weeks
No.
or anything like that.
Right. The captain right now, currently, Captain Pike, he takes care of, if I'm out and about. My fire department is very good about doing, whatever they can. But you get back into, if I'm not there, who covers for the time period that I'm out? Especially if I'm coming out for night calls.
But if it gets to a bigger issue, or a more important issue, if you will. Say you go to a fire and something horrible happens and you're no longer with us.
Yep.
What happens to the fire department? So from today or forward, if we're looking at a second captain, we need to get into an active program of delegating work, of making that person, whoever it is, able to do 100% of what you do.
Right.
And then the vacation issue isn't an issue anymore, but also, more importantly, the loss issue isn't there.
Well, that's why we're trying to get another person in place, is that I believe that this person could take my position and the department continue to run without
Well, and
any issue.
even if they don't get that chief job, I mean, we put it on the street and they're
Right.
not the selected
Yep.
candidate, whoever is selected is gonna need that second person. I
Correct.
mean, everybody needs a team.
Yep.
And they're gonna need somebody qualified to run the second,
Right.
be there.
I mean, I have no doubt that, for this year was the first time that I've taken 2 weeks off in a row. And department ran, and, my guys took up whatever slack as far as it goes, but we are seeing just with anywhere, whether it's a police department or fire department, there is just no people out there to hire. With different things. I mean, you see police departments that are offering like $20,000 sign-on bonuses. That's unheard of. Fire department jobs, there is, as far as what's called CPAP, which you need to have to become a full-time fireman. They went from like over 200 candidates over a period of time down to, like less than 100. And a lot of those people, if they pass that, they basically can, choose as far as what department you want to
Right.
go to, especially if you're a paramedic.
All right, let's keep moving. We got
Yep.
people waiting. So firefighters allowance,
That is for the firefighters
Should-
themselves.
right, should only have gone up to 7.4%.
Mm-hmm.
So the real number should have been 87,652, I think.
And remember that is I think that was one that,
87,652.
remember that we're paying a minimum of 2 hours per call.
But we've been doing that.
No, we have not.
I thought we changed that. You came in before.
Right, but that's only for like a couple months. We hadn't been doing
Wasn't
that
that-
for,
It was that recent?
yeah,
Really?
yeah.
I don't remember seeing that recent. So,
And I did, I also went up on, that also covers, maintenance, as far as, in-house maintenance. I went from, I think it was, last year, I think it was 450, I went up to 600 hours.
uh-huh.
Under firefighters allowance.
Yes.
All right.
So you're not changing that?
Well, one of these two numbers is gonna change, either the firefighter's allowance or the shift coverage.
Well, I need the person that does the shift coverage.
Okay. Cause the real number should be 35,750 on the shift coverage.
Okay.
You got 42,544. So I added 7.4%. you're currently not gonna spend the 33,287 we've got on the shift coverage. From what I can see.
So we went from, as far as shift coverage, we went from 23.95 to 26.22 for the firefighter paramedic. 25 hours from 20 hours. So I increased the 25, up to 25 hours from 20 hours. So that's the difference. It's 5 more hours a week.
And you need that for what reason?
That person currently covers when I'm out, covers when Caleb's out if he can, and if you had another full-time person, would be covering if they had a day off. And that's where we're at with, you know, if I can't get him to cover that, then I try to hire someone else out from the fire department that's medically and fire certified. Currently, he's doing, if you look at the timesheets, Roswell Galvin is doing approximately 25 hours a week as far as coverage was.
Is this the one that you're trying to bring in?
No,
He's one that's already in the department?
he's already a call member in the department. He's retired from Exeter Fire. He's a paramedic. But the firefighter EMT, that's just anyone off the roster as far as it goes. What I would say is that if you want to meet the number from before, that we drop the 5 hours as far as it goes, the extra 5 hours if that's what we do.
I trust that you have done your due diligence here and done your homework and done the math. I mean, you've got a very, very comprehensive budget here, so I believe in you and your numbers.
Well, the issue is that it's tough to go to the budget committee.
Yeah.
And I know what position that you're in as far as trying to justify all the lines and go through the different stuff. Nothing that I have seen has really gone down with any of the stuff that we deal with. And adding people to the mix is definitely tough.
Yeah, I mean, you've got $88,000 worth of increases on those three
Right.
lines. And in reality, 504. It should be 66,000.
Okay.
So, because you didn't, I'm not seeing the credit for the $20,000 that we're already paying the guy that you want to hire for captain.
It's not in there as far as it
I'm
goes.
sure it's not.
You can see it's not there.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how, given the way you calculate stuff, I don't know how you'd include it in there anyway.
Right.
Cause you'd really have to get.
It would stand way out as far as having a $22,000.
Well, you've got an
Increase.
$88,000 increase in 3 lines, which is, I think, too much.
Well,
Agreed.
if you figure that, you know, even with, if we reduce that 69,000 by 22, you still have the, overtime and as far as, callback for calls,
Right.
which is $9,923.70. There's nothing saying that he's going to, or excuse me, $10,795.15.
That's in your account, that's not on this sheet, you don't have an overtime line on this sheet.
Right, that's actually, included in the budget.
Right, it's an
We
internal.
don't have a overtime section.
Right,
I mean, we can.
I'm sure we could, but we'd have to reduce something here, cause you included it there.
Right. No, but that's what I mean, if you want it broke out that way, then that's what we can do. There's nothing saying that he's going to receive all of that. But I historically have gone through and to see what he's actually, been to and things that he's done, and that's the way that I calculate it, cause he does do a lot with the department.
Continue.
What's the next section?
Alright,
Telephone.
telephone, up a little bit.
Yep, as far as phone wise, consolidated, that is up to $34 per line. And, cable box expense is $23.
I expect this number's gonna go down when, we start looking at, phone systems here.
Hope so.
But we can't, we're not there yet, so
Now, is that
the numbers are the
a
numbers.
phone system that would be, and the other thing was that we had a contract for, 3 years. I think it was 3 or 5 years, and we've reached the end of that.
Good.
That's why it's gone up slightly.
Okay, DOT physicals, we didn't spend much on that line this year.
Upcoming year, we have a few more people than we have currently this year as far as the DOT physicals or fire department physicals. The firefighters, if we have a new firefighter that comes in, we have to put them through a complete physical, which is well over $800 a piece. And we need to put them through that before they go to do anything with the fire academy. That wasn't a requirement before, but it's 100% requirement now. So I'm trying to account for having any new people coming in for the NFPA exams as far as it goes.
Okay.
So your regular physicals come under that line, under the DOT physicals line?
Yeah,
Shouldn't we just, scratch out DOT and put firefighters physicals?
I have no control of that. I have to put it in as that is done. Maybe Kathy can change that as far as it goes, but that's where I was falling under.
Okay, dues and subscriptions went down.
That went down because the new fire program that we had last year initially, it was like $8,000 and something, and there was an initial setup fee for that. So once that was in place, it dropped down a couple $1,000. There was with I Am Responding dropped down a couple dollars, and New Hampshire State Firemen's Association dropped down a couple dollars. Everything else stayed the same.
You had a pretty significant jump in office supplies. Almost $4,000.
Office supplies is a computer upgrade for 2023. I have 3 computers that need to be upgraded,
That's
$1,000 a piece. And there was inspection forms that I added $1,000 in. We have forms that we have to obviously have made as we run out of them. The state no longer, they have never actually made gas inspection forms and stuff like that. That's something that we've done. They usually give oil burner inspection forms. But to get a box of 500, it can be upwards of $450. And so we just need to make sure that we account for being able to make those forms out. Everything else, as far as our copy maintenance program, that stayed the same. Our station supplies, as far as different things that we purchase for the station, comes out of that. And also, as far as our Knox software, yearly fee comes out of that also. And that is something that actually probably should be in another year, be in the dues and subscriptions, because it's a yearly thing.
Alright, maintenance is up by $4,000. Oh, 6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
So vehicle maintenance, obviously as each year that we go along, the vehicles get older. So as you see on page 13, gives a breakdown of what we have spent so far on each vehicle. That includes, as of 10/4, that includes nothing past 10/4. Again, that was vehicle maintenance cost to date. Our engine 4 has been $4,451.47. We've got some further work that's going to be done with that. We have not done the complete maintenance to engine 2 yet. This does not include the $2,000 to $2,500 of brake repairs on the rescue truck that just took place. So we will definitely need that $36,000 easily.
Okay, apparatus expense stayed the same. Boat expenses dropped. Training is up by $3,500.
Yeah, we were looking at doing a water rescue technician course for 15 students and a pump training for the department for $2,200. The water rescue technicians course is something that we've been trying to do for a few years. COVID hit, and obviously that went by the wayside. That has been budgeted for a couple times, and we had not used the money, or we had something that happened. Obviously the engine went in engine 4, and we ended up using that money for that $42,000 worth of repairs. But we are indeed going to try to get that. It is costing more to train the people. The mutual aid pays for a certain amount of different trainings, but they don't pay everything.
Radio equipment repairs stayed flat for all intents and purposes.
Yep.
Uniform allowance stayed flat once again.
Yeah, the only increase with the uniform allowance was $750. if we had that full-time
Right.
person, second person.
Dry hydrants is flat, and fire prevention
It's flat.
is flat.
Last page.
So, equipment account, the turnout gear, now is costing about, $3,700 a set of turnout gear. That's jacket and outer pants. For a total of 5 for 18,500. The hoods that we wear, they went up slightly. That was a change. That's $692. The big change in that equipment account is $7,000 for 4-inch hose. We have 15 lengths of 4-inch hose that currently does not meet the standards, or the date. It's well over the time period that it should be passed as far as it goes. Anything that is 1985 or back fails as far as it goes.
Just for age.
For age, and
And how
for
much
the
more-
4-inch hose, it's the snap lock as far as couplings wise. We have 15 lengths that have no date
So you have
on them
1,500
whatsoever.
feet.
1,500 feet, but
Okay.
we're only looking, we replaced 800 feet last year. And we were looking at replacing 1,000 feet this year at $700 a length. And that's with no delivery cost as far as that goes.
Is this something that you'd price out multiple vendors that you'd look
Yeah.
at?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the big increase with that. And there's one nozzle that's $860 that we were looking at. And if you need the sheet, obviously fail-safe testing does all of our testing. I have a breakdown of everything as far as as it went through the testing. We have over 17,000 feet of hose, but overall we're in fairly decent shape.
That's what I had, I think, 625, 811. Alright, let's go line by line. Police salary, chief salary is 93,288. Fire department officer salary, I'm gonna make a motion that comes down $17,000 to $198,544.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
$198,544.
Second.
544. Fuel is at 14,425. Firefighters allowance is 95,490. First responder team is 59,96. Office assistant is 12,126. Holiday is 12,501.
Now, with that, are we revisiting that as, what do you want me to do with that? As you say that the holiday pay.
I don't think we can do anything with it. I think we need to look at the policy
Yeah.
before we.
I mean, we've got plenty of money there to do what we've been doing historically.
Yes,
Just-
no, it will cover that, but I don't wanna be doing something that's
we will-
against what your
We will let you.
wishes.
FD shift coverage, I brought that down another 5,000. So it's 37,544, so that's how we accommodated for the 22,
37,544.
544. Telephone is 10,230. DOT physical is 2840. Dues and subscription 17,562. Medical rescue billing is 1,200. office supplies 9288, vehicle maintenance 42,880, apparatus expense 4854, boat expenses 8276, training 11,200, radio equipment 5506, uniform allowance 2950, dry hydrants 3800, fire prevention 1700, blue equipment 33,611, for a total budget for 422010 at 625,811. I'm making that a motion.
You already have a motion on the table for a line.
Do I?
In a second, yeah, you do.
Okay.
For officer's salary, you made a motion to drop that by $17,000 and it was seconded.
Aye.
Okay, really, we'll do it that way. All those in
Or you can just
favor?
retract it, do it all at once.
Yeah, let's, I'm
Yeah.
gonna retract it.
I'll retract my second.
Okay, thank you. Let's just make it one vote for the whole budget of $625,811.
Motion's been made.
I'll second it.
Okay,
Aye.
any more discussion? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Vote again.
No,
You're not in favor?
no.
Okay. Then when we second, you need to discuss, what are you not in favor of?
The idea of grooming a captain to replace the fire chief is interesting. But I feel we could hire a fire chief right now for the same money as that captain who has a proven record, tub of certifications this big and bigger, and Adam knows exactly what I'm talking
We
about.
haven't hired anybody yet.
And,
Right,
no, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying,
but
We
I
can do
think
better.
that, I think that you will definitely have a hard time. This person has more certifications than anyone that I know, and the knowledge and everything that go along with it, as far as it goes. I'm not saying that I'm gonna leave tomorrow,
Right.
but as far as,
I'm nervous about that.
but I don't want the department not moving forward as far as with everything as far as that it should.
Just so that we're clear, Adam can't hire anybody.
Right,
We hire people.
I fully
So
understand.
that whole all we're doing here is structuring money. So
Yes.
that in the event that we make a decision to hire somebody, we have the
the
money
money
to
will
do
be
it.
there.
Right.
If we decide not to hire anybody, the money will just be there unspent.
And obviously, the job would have to go out.
Right.
I mean,
Kind of
some-
on the streets.
Some places, they hire from within.
What you can do that, you can advertise.
You advertise within,
Right.
but obviously it would have to go out. But I think that you're gonna be very tough to find the
Yes.
qualifications and the knowledge that this person already has.
I'm also in disagreement with the way holiday pay has been handled in the past, and,
Well, we don't know that yet. We
Well,
don't get with Kathy.
well, we don't know that yet, so I can't vote yes.
Right.
And that's enough of that. We need to get into emergency management right away so we can get these folks that have been waiting for an hour in here, eh?
Mm-hmm.
And once again, we have a nice detailed presentation.
So the major increase for emergency management is the installation of a stationary generator at the Melvin Village Station, along with propane tank and piping and for that. And that's 9,200 and 3,200.
So that's 12,000.
Right. So my question for you with that is that something that
That's
you
a
want to
warrant-
do a warrant article?
Yeah, so we need to reduce,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
we need to reduce this 32.
But I had to show you as far as, as far as planning with that.
Yeah.
So it's a total of how much for the generator?
The generator is 9,200 and 3,200.
So
The-
12,400?
Yep.
Okay,
The 3,200 is a best guess for propane piping, for that. because I don't have the hard figures back for that. We switched companies, obviously, so that's something that I'm waiting for, that could go down.
You're using generator connection now, right?
As far as
Maintenance.
the maintenance wise, yes. As far as the quotes that I got back, that wasn't from generator connection, that was from local electricians.
Okay, so on the equipment line, that's defibrillators and codes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have 16 units that are owned by the town, and that's what we use as far as to maintenance them. We usually have about one a year that goes bad, so there is one replacement unit that is usually involved with that. That replacement unit is 1447, and as far as COVID and other supplies, we've had 2,000 in there since it's happened. So the grant section, we went over slightly in that this year because of the signboard that we received. It was a little bit, I think it was about $1,000 more than what we normally budget for. But we made out very well with acquiring that equipment. And everything else is basically stayed the same.
So 25,636.25. That's right, okay. So I'm gonna go line by line. Operations is $800. Forest fire expenses $4,500. Grants and hazard mitigation is $4,000. Equipment
Is 5,149.
Yep. Generator maintenance is $3,625. Emergency E-line fire PEMS is $1,086. Stipend is $550.
And the stipend, I usually break that up, and it goes to the emergency, the deputy EMD, and a couple of other people in the department that cover stuff for me. The $550, I never really see that.
So that gives us a total budget on 4290, emergency management of $19,710.
19,000.
So moved.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So basically, do you want a
Yeah,
warrant article for that? And that's something that we've been trying to work on over a period of time to get all of the stations with generators.
Okay, I guess we're done.
My only other thing with you guys is government buildings when you get to that point, and ambulance. I don't have a set price yet.
Get it together, buddy.
Yeah, trying.
Thanks for
Waiting for it
your,
to come back.
thanks for your attention to detail in your reports as always.
Thank you for taking the time to go through that and understanding that. Yeah.
I should. You guys.
As far as my evaluation for my employees, is that something that November you'll be looking for those? It's usually about the time.
Yeah, November would be great.
Okay. Awesome.
two. Box or lots or.
Oh,
Yeah, you're gonna go first, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Next appointment is Steve Fusco.
Gentlemen, hello. Just want to, we had a meeting, I guess, back in July regarding the
Right.
racetrack over on 171.
If I might interrupt, now that I know the subject matter, I believe council would have me recuse myself from any discussions, although I wouldn't have to leave the room since it's public. I'll do that now.
Okay, go ahead.
In a nutshell, we've basically tabulated all the days, all the hours, the decibel levels, videos, number of bikes, number of total time that the track has been live, active.
Right.
We basically are here to present all those facts, all those videos, any discussions on Facebook that were not too pleasant. And that's basically for your information, for the town, for
Okay.
your attorneys, whatever, however you want to place that. Steve has graciously compiled all this. My
Is it
wife-
all in electronic format?
Yes.
Okay.
And my wife and I have compiled this over, well, since the season started this year, but this is going on the third year, actually.
Sorry.
So we are, unfortunately, have quite a few issues with this. Obviously, we can't enjoy our property, and it's not just noise, it's dust
Right.
during picnics and families, so.
So we had a meeting with the Vittams last week. And they made a proposal or presented us with, information from their side of this issue. So I think it would be best if we could get that information that you've accumulated sent over to Cammie, and she can forward it to, our attorney,
Certainly.
who was at that meeting. And we've also, and the Vittams have agreed to this, would like to set up a meeting. I guess he's shutting down the racetrack November 1st, that's what he told us. And then all you have to deal with are snow machines, but you've had to deal with that anyway.
Those are transient.
And
It was
we
like-
wanted to set up a meeting with all the affected parties, probably sometime in January. We're right in the middle of budget season, so you're
Okay.
2 hours away. But try to get something formulated this winter as to what direction this is going and come to some kind of agreement. They presented, schedule of hours, schedule of non-open days, a number of different things that we'll definitely share with you if you haven't
Can I
got
ask
that
a
already.
how would that be enforced?
I'm sorry?
The hours and days, how is that enforced?
Well, it's enforced by agreement initially, but then if there's a, infraction, if you will, although it becomes if somebody shows up and drives their motorcycle around the track, I don't know how much gatage or gating there's gonna be there, or we didn't really get into how it's certainly not a police action, it's more of a zoning issue. But
I think
That's why we
I
wanna-
think that's great news.
that's why we wanna have a sit-down. I mean, it started out as a, excuse me, a zero-sum game on both sides, which doesn't work anywhere. So we need to get to some place where we can have some agreement, hopefully. I mean,
I have a very short presentation, can I just
yeah, sure. come
sit
on.
and then I have it in print and I have it electronically if you would like it also. So, so our position is that this isn't open to the public, and I understand we have some potential changes coming. I think that's very welcome news. I wish we could have gotten to that sooner, and I look forward to that, to see how that develops, okay? But you know, from our perspective, it's an open to the public commercial racetrack in a residential area, and that's what gives us a hard time. These are just some, and I have this for you in print, and in, actually here it is in print, but there's lots of signage with open hours, open, you know, everyone's entitled to come, the sign-up sheet, and, you know, to Melanie's question, these hours have not been enforced. So we have riding at all hours. So that's why she asked that very good question, so enforcement would be part of it. There is exchange of money, it is in the guise of donations, but there was commentary about the money being used to maintain and develop the track and to buy equipment, and that children have bought equipment, and then there's also, they're selling items, so, you know, to me, you know, a layperson, it would look like it's a business on a residential property. There is the online talk. I'm surprised to hear what you said, because it seemed that in the last week or so, there's been a renewed, like a spring in the step of what's going on over there. And there's comments online about developing it into a racetrack next year with open Wednesday to Sunday for racers and every day for all others. And that was posted online. Maybe that's changed.
Who's who?
Mr. Vitt.
Okay.
Okay. And then, you know, so I have all these about the track being open, certain hours, etc. And then, you know, they say it's for kids. I don't know if these are the kids, these gentlemen that kind of look like me. But this person, and by the way, Steve said we're going to give you all of this stuff. We're not going to give you everything. You would
Right.
shoot us all if we gave you all that stuff to look through. It's horrid. You know, so it's very limited what we've given you, but it conveys the message. There's so much more of the same type of thing, but this particular family, they come from Alton. You know, if it was your grandkids or your kids or your kids, you know, or just a couple of kids there, I don't know that it would be an issue, but they're coming from out of town and out of state, and that's part of the problem. There's been a lot of malice online. This is just some of the malice online. There have been a lot of threats against a number of people, not only myself, but you know, here's a guy, I have a really loud 450, can't wait to open her up. Dirt bikes are loud, who cares? I don't care, that's Mr. Vittum. You know, this brat can't wait to open up my 440. It really shows malice in just trying to harass the neighbors that are right nearby. And, you know, it's just, that's hard to swallow when really, that's not children. There are other people online. It is not just three of us. There are other people that have offered solutions like what you're talking about. There was a woman who was excoriated online, and she did a lot of research on this particular issue across the country and looked at solutions from other areas and made lots of suggestions for compromise, and she was excoriated online like I was. But there are others, you know, this gentleman here is, you know, as a person who surrounds a lot of kids, you should be more aware of your temperament and behavior in front of personable kids. This gentleman says, you know, I am 100% against your track because of the statements, the malice, and it's not, you know, it's not just us, there are several. This is the calendar data, and you have this page. So what's noteworthy here, just three of us went with petitions, so we don't have hundreds. So one of my questions would be is how many is enough? But I summarize it here. We went to 32 homes. 27 of them signed the petition, which is right here. You can have these. 27 of the homes signed the petition asking that the zoning be enforced. Of those,
These are homes right in,
Yeah,
within,
we,
how many, what's the radius? About a mile and a quarter?
no, well, we didn't go to every home. You know, me, I just went door to door in my neighborhood, and then I went down Ledge Hill Road. Steve and John, Melanie's husband, went to other places. The point is that of the 32 homes where 27 signed, that's 84%. And these people all hear it. They live there. 84% of the homes we went to said, please, help us. 43 people were spoken to in those homes. 38 signed, that's 88% of the people. Without belaboring this is the calendar summary. Steve and his wife kept a calendar for at least 2 years. This is just 5 months of data from this year only, and you have this. But on average, 20 days a month. So that's 7 out of 10 days. 67% of the time. On average, it was 103. Yeah, these with riders. Yeah, 103 number of hours with riders in a month. I mean, if you do the math, the average is 5 hours for 20 days a week. They're 20 days a month. So in other words, 7 out of 10 days, they're riding an average of 5 hours. Some days it was less, some days it was more. But a lot of the commentary online has been that, well, you know, this is kids riding for a couple of hours. The woman that sat here the other night at the planning board, she said, well, what is this? Is this just a couple of kids riding? If it was a couple of kids riding, none of us would be here. I wouldn't be here. I don't like it at all. But if it was, you know, a couple of kids riding in their yard for a couple of hours a week, you know, no one's going to say anything about that. We're talking 5 hours a day, 20 days a month, or 7 days out of 10. That's really unreasonable and just a huge issue.
Well, it's not too far away from the presentation that they gave us.
Of the numbers of usage?
Right, of what their intention was.
Well,
That was, you know, if you're talking 5 hours a day, that's probably around the number that had presented. The 20 riders a day.
20 days in a month.
20 days of the month. I'd have to get their
Well,
hours.
what all I'm doing, Chip, is presenting the facts of what's happened.
Yeah.
I would tell you that those numbers are unacceptable to me and would not dissuade me from moving forward with action against him.
What I would like to say is very simple. If this was in your backyard and you were of reasonable sensibilities, could you deal with this every night at dinner time during the summer when there's only 3 months of daylight and you can sit out and have a picnic?
And that's, I mean, part of the discussion the other day was.
Just so, this is
Okay.
this is his deck,
And this is the sound.
and and we don't have obviously as loud. I mean, I was thinking of bringing a speaker and a decibel meter so we could put it up to 70 dB here. Okay, I won't play the whole video.
Okay.
This is just the.
In this video, there are
Okay, it's
right about you can see and you can count them going by 8 bikes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's just, I mean, it's just unreasonable. And I have this in electronic form that I can give you. I formatted this and put the presentation on there. You can have that.
And all of this is, you know, within the discussion that we had the other day.
Here's a video of, and I forget exactly where it is, but it pops up to like, yeah, that's 75 dB. 75 dB measured on his deck. We have another video that it pegs, and an analog meter, when it pegs to the right, this is the scale. So it's on the 80 scale in the other video. and it pegs to the 6. That means it's greater than 86 dB. The government recommends hearing protection at 85 dB, and that was measured on his deck. Okay, that's all, you know, these videos are on there, it's just 3. Our questions with the zoning, and I will not read through all of this and go through it, but our questions on the zoning, we were told, Chip, you told us that the nuisance, section 522 is not unenforceable because it was undefined. And I would point to section 1.1 that says, unless it's defined herein, it uses the customary definition. And these, which I put here for you, are commonly accepted legal definitions for obnoxious and noise, both of the terms used in our enforceable
Okay,
zoning ordinance.
let's get back to.
We have a difference of opinion on
Let's
that.
get back to where we're going. Okay, if we wanna talk about legal terms and whatever, we're all gonna have lawyers in the room.
No, all I'm doing
That's
is
how it's
making
gonna work.
our case.
What we need to have is a position that you would accept and the victims will accept to going forward. If there is a commercial enterprise there, then before any of that happens, it's gotta go to the planning board.
Well, that's actually what we're asking of this board.
But they're claiming that there is no commercial activity at
And,
all.
and so we're offering you what evidence we have that there is,
Perfect.
okay? All I'm doing here, I'm not trying to argue with you, I'm just trying to make my point, so that at least you hear our side,
Yeah.
and then you can weigh them out. But as it regards 522, we feel that it is defined, and it is enforceable, and we're asking for enforcement. As it regards the usage tables, in the zoning ordinance, the usage table says that any use not specifically listed in the table is prohibited. Any use not specifically listed is prohibited unless it's consistent with the permitted uses and the district purpose, okay? And then any building, structure, or land shall not be used for any manner than is permitted in the district for which it is located. What we're asking for here is that this is not a listed use, it's not permitted. Push it to the ZBA or however that works, let them go apply it for the variance and go through the legal process. That's what we want. We don't want to have a negotiation to come to an agreement on an untenable situation. What we would like is this to go through the legal process of the town enforcing the zoning, and that's what these people are asking, is 30 some odd people. The last piece is on the power and authority section of the zoning ordinance, which basically says shall for the Board of Selectmen and the code enforcement officer, and you have that power of the code enforcement officer also. And it says that investigate promptly all possible zoning ordinance violations, which is what we're reporting here today, and report those findings. So, you know, and I actually have this Facebook post from Mr. Pike that says, well, Sarah, the Board of Selectmen follow the zoning and such regulations adopted by the planning board. I realize that's a post from an unrelated situation, but it says that you guys follow the zoning ordinance. That's what we're asking. And that's my last slide, is all we're asking is for you to kick this to zoning and let it go through the legal process of the town and what the town and what these people have asked for. And you know, do we need more than 30 signatures from people? Is this enough?
No, for the purposes of what your question was, that's more than enough. If you wanna put a warrant article together to change zoning, you need more signatures than that.
No, we don't want to change the
You're-
zoning.
Just so you know, I mean, you've already, we get missiles from your attorney on a regular basis. So your legal position is very clear to us, you know, going forward. Once we pull the trigger to send them to zoning, we have made a decision. We've made the decision that we think they're in violation. We haven't made that decision yet, because we're not ready, through legal counsel, and advice of counsel, we're not ready to pull that trigger yet.
And Mr. Albee, I understand exactly what you're saying, and that's why we're here tonight to present our side.
Perfect, and
We're- you know.
I think once we examine both sides of the matter thoroughly, and examine what we were presented last week versus what you're presenting, we can make a more informed decision of what's
Perfect.
actually going on.
That's exactly what we're asking for, that, you know, that's just exactly what we were hoping to have tonight, is have you look at that. So here's the petitions, you have the, and then this is that same thing electronically, it's the only thing that's on here.
Okay,
And those 3 videos are on there also.
alrighty. Appreciate it. And we'll
Thanks for your time.
We'll keep moving forward.
Thank you very much for hearing us.
That's why we get paid all the big bucks.
Big dollars for it.
Alright. Next up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night.
No, thank you.
Norman
I don't-
Smith.
Norman Smith? Was he out there?
What's going on?
Norman?
Nope.
Nope.
He's got Peachios out there though, I think. You see him?
No, no one else is out there.
No Norman Smith?
Chris was out back.
It's only 10 minutes of 7. How impatient are they?
Steve, come on in.
Is there a transfer station here?
Yes.
Okay. Who is this? Steve Scapuccio?
That's me.
Yeah, it is. I see it. What's up?
Just a couple things so I can get my budget in order for you guys.
That would be nice.
First question I had, which actually prompted me to come, is we had our conservation meeting last Monday night. We were talking about RTP grants. And I asked Guy what the process is for that. So there's 2 grants that we're gonna be applying for. One is for the bike Dennis. We're working with Dennis on the bike path out behind the fire station, which is for about $55,000. And then we're looking at about 12 to 15K to extend the Great Meadows Trail. So we're gonna kind of combine those 2 together and apply for the grant. And we have Catherine from the Carroll County Conservation District is gonna do all that for us,
Oh, good.
so that we don't have to deal with that stuff. But the question that I asked Selectman Pike on Monday night was, the RTP requires funding up front and then they reimburse.
Right.
So I just didn't know what the process for that was.
That's, what you do is figure out the grant situation and what's going on there. But when the warrant article gets written, it gets written for the amount of money you're gonna spend. And then there's language put in that grant is gonna reimburse the town for a certain amount of money. So it's best if you hit town meeting with an approved grant, even if it's a reimbursement grant. It's harder to sell if you approach, I mean, say you wanna spend $20,000, and you say there's $20,000 worth of grant money out there that you can apply for. That's just a hope. So the $20,000 that you spend will go right against taxes. Whereas if you've got an approved $20,000 reimbursement, then the $20,000 doesn't hit the taxes.
The challenge that we're gonna have with that, so the RTP grant would be 100% funding. So, you know, it's by the state, it's the retail trail program.
Yeah.
They don't notify, so you have to go through the whole process, and they notify you in November if you've gotten a grant,
And the project's gotta be done.
by that next year.
Okay, yeah.
So,
So it's just a different process. Now, if you wanna spend $20,000 and apply for the grant, the voters have to decide whether they wanna take that chance or not, or if the chance doesn't matter to them. They'd like to spend the $20,000 on a bike path no matter what, and the grant becomes just frosting. So, it still has to become a warrant article. It's just-
so that's how it's done, it's done through the warrant article. So, we wouldn't know that till next November.
so that it would be recommended that next November we can put a warrant article for 2024. Is that what we're talking about?
That's not what I understood. I understood that the project had to be done before they'd approve the grant.
No, they'll approve the grant, but they won't reimburse until the project's done.
Oh, okay, then yeah, wait until you get the grant approved if you want. I mean,
Unless you can get it approved in the next couple of weeks.
I can't, we already missed it for this year. We started working, obviously Dennis's 55,000 is the biggest part of this whole thing. And we started working with him. I brought Carroll County into it in, I don't know, it's like August or something like that.
right,
And when we brought Catherine in, because she's taken all the trainings from the state in order to do these, so we just figured it would be easier if she just did it all. One of the state requirements is that you have to have 3 proposals, and we only had one, just from that one person that Dennis had contacted. So we couldn't even move forward because we couldn't give anybody to give us 2 more proposals before the grant application was due. So it kind of killed us for this year. So we're doing that process for next year. So I just wanted to make sure now that I understood the town process and how we have to go about doing that, so that come next year, we're not running into, oh, we didn't do something like the warrant article. I didn't realize it had to be a warrant article to do. That's why I'm here.
right.
And I wanted Steve to come, especially so that everybody could hear what's going on here.
And it doesn't, so your feeling is not to go forward at all without the grant?
That's not my feeling. I'm working with Dennis. I don't know what his feeling is, or the town's feeling is. I only came into it because I know he's kind of stalled because he can't get any, he hasn't been able to get any kind of grant or funding to come through for his part. So I said, hey, let me help you out here, Dennis. Let me bring in Catherine, who's had all the state training, and let's see if we can't get this RTP grant, which would give us 100% funding for this project. I don't know what his feeling is about just going for the warrant article and asking the town to say, hey, do you guys just want to pay for this one way or another or not? That's his decision.
All right. Yeah, I guess we'll talk about it between now and the warrant article time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay either way.
Yeah.
I was just trying to find a way to help Dennis get this to move forward.
Right. Okay.
So that was one thing. The second thing is, you know, over this last couple of years, we've had a forester come in and look at all the town property to see what viability there is into doing anything. And they looked at the 4 properties, and there's only one, the Phelps lot, that has any potential for timber stand improvement. And we have the forester, Dan Stephanopoulos, I think is his name. And what he proposed for that project would be for next year, he'd go in and kind of put the plan down. And then in 24 and 25, it would cost about $8,000 in each of those years to actually do the plan. And I'm kind of here to get, before I put it into the budget, to feel how you gentlemen feel about that. So it would be $1,500 for 2023, and that would cover his work to actually map it all out and put a plan together. And then in 2024 and 2025, it would be actually going in and cutting the small trees down and letting them decay there to actually improve the timber stands in those, on those
And
lands.
that falls within the purview of the conservation grant or whatever it would be.
This is
No,
something
that's
separate. This would fall in the purview of just the town, so.
So we own that property without
We do.
conservation?
Yeah, the town owns that property with the conservation easement on it
Okay.
through Lakes Region Conservation Trust.
So in that easement, does that allow for timber management?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Well, for timber management.
Me as well.
Yeah.
And I'm all for letting the voters decide whether we want to do it or not.
You can do it that way, or we can include it in the Conservation Commission budget.
So my recommendation would be at least put the $1,500 in for next year to get his plan developed. And then we can decide from that point on whether we want to move on with it or not. But at least we're taking the next step to it.
Well, yeah,
It's really-
and you'd have a plan to present to the voters if you wanted to do it, you gotta have something,
Yeah.
that would be good.
That's fair enough.
Okay.
I would say to include it in the budget, eh?
The $1,500?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can do that, like I said, I wanted to have this conversation first, so we didn't tie up a lot of time talking about it then.
Great. That's
And the second and the last thing I have is in the Great Meadow, where the old stump dump used to be. We have a lot of invasive species in there that needs to be taken care of. We're talking, plowing them over, so that's all grown in with Japanese knotwood. It's about 50% Japanese knotwood, and the other 50% is glossy buckthorn and,
Must be some bittersweet.
bittersweet, that's the other one, bittersweet, yeah, bittersweet and glossy buckthorn. So, when we were working with the 19 Mile Brook, they used a arborist out of Wolfboro that took care of all their invasive species there, and we contacted him. And he came up with a plan that's gonna cost about $2,000 a year for over 3 years to clean out that invasive species that we have in there. And we really need to do something with that, because it's really getting pretty thick in there. I mean, I don't even think you could walk through that area now.
Okay,
So I wanna put a line item in there for $2,000 to start that process of cleaning out those invasive species.
all right. I mean, we'll vote on it when you.
I know, but like I said,
Sure.
I don't wanna put it in there, if I go in there and all you guys say, nah.
We should treat it the same way that we've treated, the stuff that's in the lake. What is that?
Milfoil.
The milfoil.
Right.
Yeah.
And we had line items here for milfoil for years and years and years. In fact, I think we still do.
Yeah, they think it's gonna take about 3 years to clean it all out. So they'll go in the first year on a tractor and a sprayer and kind of spray it, and then girdle the trees and cut the roots and stuff like that.
It might be helpful if you wrote a couple of paragraphs on the risk of leaving it unattended.
Okay, I can do that, Bob.
Yeah, that makes good sense. People will wonder why, and then they will know why.
Awesome.
Excellent.
And that's it, that's all I had, I
Cool.
just wanna cover those.
All right.
I'll get my budget into you.
Great.
Perfect.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank
Is
you.
transfer station here?
Yes,
Bring it in.
Hey, Chris, you're up.
sorry.
Solid waste.
Apologize ahead of time for a short presentation because my printer crapped up on me, so I don't really have a link for you.
I was witness to it.
What's up?
I was witness to the printer being dead.
And when do we get it? Do we have to, have you print it for him?
I don't know, maybe.
He's our IT specialist.
Yeah, just not what I did. I can't seem to get it to function, so I think tomorrow's going to be a new printer day.
All right.
You've got a copy of the budget information, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What do we have on new equipment? You haven't spent anything on new equipment this year. What is the $2,000?
That, we haven't spent anything on that yet because I'm waiting for the Bobcat service.
Okay.
Yeah, the Bobcat service guy's coming to do the service this coming week. And I think we might have to replace the computer in the Bobcat, and that's probably gonna take up that whole amount.
Okay.
So I've been saying that. Similarly, we have about 4,000 in the maintenance budget for the building. And I didn't say that because Scott Thompson, I believe his name is the electrician, he's coming to replace 20 light fixtures or thereabouts. And he's going to be doing that this month.
Okay.
So we're saving that money to be able to pay him.
So next line, recycling attendant, and the next line, recycling supervisor, recycling assistant one, recycling assistant two, recycling assistant 3 per diem. Are all those only up the COLA amount?
The COLA and, yes, no, I'm sorry, the COLA amount and one step. No,
Yours isn't, yours only-
no, mine's just the COLA.
Right, and why,
And the other, the recycling attendant per diem is up just the COLA.
that's just, I can do the math, I
Yeah.
can find out.
Yeah. It should be like 1901.
29,813. Yeah, no, 39,429 is more like, that's a $12,000 premium. That's what happened.
That's 40%.
So that line needs to be 29,813. Recycling attendant,
That's a new line item. It wasn't,
no, that was.
we don't have a 5-year anything on
Right,
that.
that's for the, I don't know that we didn't fill that position, we haven't beat anything out. That was for the paper recycling.
Oh, okay.
So if we're gonna keep the line, we're only gonna keep it to the tune of 29,813.
For a recycling attendant,
Yeah,
that's why.
29,813.
and then 45, per diem's flat,
Yep.
so we're not giving it anything. Alright. So, plastic disposal,
Yeah, those all went up. You can see here,
I see that.
the 3% annual increase that we have contractually with waste management, plus they're going up 1.5%, for,
How they justify that in our contract?
Fuel surcharge, typically.
Well, we don't,
Fuel surcharges are written into the contract typically.
it's their fuel and,
okay,
you know,
so,
it's a unforeseen circumstantial expense.
so all 3 lines went up 4.5%.
Yeah,
Okay. And did we renegotiate, I thought the waste management thing was happening this year,
2025.
25?
Yeah.
Okay. My mistake. Closure warranty, flat,
Flat, everything,
tires are flat.
yeah. There's only about 2 other items that we actually went up.
Tires aren't flat, tires went up 1,000.
Yeah.
Russian stunk grinding went up 2,000.
But he's spent out $2,700 on tires.
Well, I'm not,
So,
it sounded like you said everything was flat.
I'm sorry.
So
He
I was-
did.
So I was correcting
I
you.
did, but that's not what I meant. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I wasn't clear.
So, mean what you're saying.
But training went up, a little bit because of putting on, hopefully with your approval, putting on the 2 more people
that's enough?
Well, keep my fingers crossed. We, Kathy, I had that discussion.
Because you're almost spent out this year.
Right, we had that discussion when we were doing this budget, and I was gonna kind of have that discussion with you guys. I know that you talked to Jim about his budget and up his, you know, we've got the backhoe, and I don't know what's gonna happen with town meeting if we get another piece of equipment. We've got the backhoe, we've got the Bobcat. We did come close to spending our budget for fuel.
And you haven't even gotten into heating season yet.
Well, he should be a different line item.
So where, yeah, where is it?
I'm gonna suggest that we do fuel and propane at 4,000 instead of 3,500.
I was gonna say 5,000.
Oh, fuel and propane.
What was your number, Chip?
4,000.
4,000.
It's only $500 difference. I mean,
Yeah, but it's only, I mean, that's
yeah, but diesel's
20% of what you spent.
diesel's over $5 a gallon now. Okay.
I mean, make your case, I'm happy to move.
I'd be happier at 4,500. True.
Okay,
I happen to be right in the middle of you two guys, but that seems like 4,500 would work for me.
You think 4,500 would work for you?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
He's too easy.
so that's
Or
up
he
and
just
down.
gets to spend it?
Well, if we don't use it, we won't spend it.
True.
Okay.
I'm not afraid to turn the money back in.
So,
I have a question, if I may.
yeah,
On the new equipment, you're gonna be using that for repair, because you've overspent your repair line. I guess that doesn't matter going forward, does it?
No.
which
No.
line are you talking about?
Never mind, I'm thinking of the wrong timeline. Never mind.
All right, are we gonna move forward through vehicle maintenance?
Yep.
Okay, that's at 6, he's gone up $1,500. And I think that's appropriate because he may not get what he wants from the warrant article. Mowing,
Flat.
Yeah,
yeah, okay. Miscellaneous is flat. Glass disposal,
that's,
it says up 4.5%.
Yeah.
Is that $135? Maybe. I don't know. Okay, 3135. MP, equipment maintenance.
we don't even know what that is, but she just left it in there.
Okay. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. She's like, what the hell's that? I had no idea.
Yeah, it's a dollar. Electronic disposal is 4,000.
Yeah.
You're spent out at 2839 currently. You think you're gonna go that far?
I think I'm gonna have one more,
Okay.
so,
Safety equipment 1,500, and you've spent 1,500 for all intents and purposes. Is that enough?
yeah, yes.
Training and mileage, $1,200 from $750. Where are we going?
I've got, hopefully, the 2 new hires, so there's
Concord.
training for those guys.
Uniform 750,
Right.
and recycling awareness. You overspent, I like that. But you wanna leave it at 500?
Yeah. Should be good with that.
Minus 8616.
remember, hiring anybody up there.
Why do you want?
No, except for those two new hires, I don't know.
Oh, he said hopefully.
Hopefully, okay.
It's in the,
That's 6%.
one of our action items or something to that effect.
Yeah, we haven't hired anybody, Bob,
No.
but we can't hire anybody unless we have the money.
Right.
So that, I'm coming up with a 6% increase on this budget year to year.
Mm-hmm. You wanna go down through the lines and?
Yeah,
Yep.
new equipment, $2,000. Recycling attendant, I've changed that to 29,813, which is a 7.4%. Recycling supervisor, 58,907. Recycling 1, 47,494. Recycling 2, 45,863. Recycling 3, 22,337. Plastic at 8,932. C&D at 109,773. MSW at 130,682. Rubbish collection at $1. Closure monitoring at 11,300. Hazardous waste at 4,300. Tires and freon and metal at 3,000. Brush and stump grinding at 6,000. Island cleanup day is 850. Telephone is 1,800. NRA membership is 4,000. Dues is 800. Supplies 2,500. Maintenance 5,000. Fuel and propane 4,500. Vehicle maintenance 6,000. Mowing 1,400. Miscellaneous 1,500. Glass disposal 3,135. MP equipment and maintenance $1. Electronic disposal 4,000. Safety equipment 1,500. Training and mileage 1,200. Uniform 750. Recycling awareness 500. And I have a total budget number of $519,838. I'll make that a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Please discuss this if you're gonna vote against it.
I'm not gonna vote against it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Alright, good.
Now,
Do we approve revenue this year?
Oh,
We
you already
do
did
that,
that.
right? We go
if you
through
wanna
that.
discuss that in public or non-public?
It's no news to me.
All right.
I have a question though about these hires,
Well, what?
about these guys.
The new hire?
Yeah, the hiring.
Yeah, we haven't met him yet.
Okay.
We gotta be in. That's how we gotta do it. So he's gotta come in. You're recommending we hire this person. I'm not sure. That's what okay, I only know of one, but now there are two. So make a point of, when are we meeting again?
Not till November now.
It should be,
November
election day.
8th.
Election day at the townhouse.
Election day at the townhouse, that's right.
Do you wanna have a work session on Friday? We have to come in and
I can.
sign checks.
So I'd like to get these guys working like November 1st if you approve.
Well, we still got the rest of this week, don't we? Is it in October?
Yeah. You're saying work session 28th?
Yeah. Can we get them in here on the 28th at 9 o'clock?
Can try.
Yeah, I'm sure that you will.
I'm gonna be in a class all day.
That's all right.
You don't need me. You guys can handle it.
I think we can, but so it's something we haven't done before. So yeah, we need to look at your recommendation, which we, I think we've done. I don't know if we've done it.
I have. I know one of them quite well.
All right.
So anyway, I asked Chris about this particular request. If he wanted to go non-public with it, he doesn't care.
Okay.
All right. So Chris, you put in for mileage to come from the transfer station to here and back on multiple occasions. Why?
Why not?
Why not? Well, let me start by saying that a previous Board of Selectmen hired you as a part-time transfer station attendant, which means that you're only allowed to work so many hours a week due to your other retirement things, and that's all well and good. However, you can't do it on the way home or on the way to in a shorter day rather than taking it in the middle of the day, or what's going on with that? Tell me why. I notice you don't charge us for a selectmen's meeting because it's 1 mile, and that's wonderful, by the way, but I'm not sure that 12 miles, I don't know how many times, is what we would do. Doesn't seem, I see nothing malicious about it, I just don't know why you did it.
I just don't know what the issue became of it now when I got hired last February, 2 Februarys ago, and I've been putting in for mileage since I got hired, and it's always been approved without permission.
It was news to me, because I happened to sign the check, and that was my fault before I read what was behind it. I had never seen it before, I don't know how I missed it before.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's, well, I don't approve of it, let me put it that way, for that short distance and the time you could do, because you only work a partial day, you're coming by anyway. So, that's my feeling on that, I wanted to know what was going on, and you've told me what's going on. I don't know if it had been part of your hiring package, I don't think so.
Well,
It says in the wording here, if you use your personal vehicle for town business, you put in mileage. But I use my personal vehicle for town business, put in mileage.
Okay,
If you don't want me to put in mileage, I won't put in mileage. Just tell me.
well, since the subject has been brought up, I kind of, just because you can doesn't mean you should. I agree with Selectman Pike that you drive by here twice a day at the very least. You could just drop it off on your way by. It looks like you're making a special trip from the recycling center down here just to drop off payroll and bills. So the appearance, it appears like an abuse of the system, even though it may not be. You're covered. Like I said, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I'll leave it at that.
I think if the alternative is providing them with a vehicle, we're better off doing what we're doing currently. I don't wanna get into a piss and match about hundreds of dollars. I mean, I don't know that it qualifies as abuse. It is part of the description of his job, and he is, you know, he's gonna drive to work or he's gonna drive home.
right, I hadn't
He
seen
doesn't
that
get
description, by
mileage
the
for
way.
that, but,
The description I have doesn't show that, so I was
okay.
possibly misinformed. However, it does seem a bit excessive to me.
And this is the first time it's come up. And
Yes.
according to Chris's records, it's been going up for some time. So it isn't as if, you know, blown by the short hairs today, because
Oh, no,
this is the first day we've discovered something that we hadn't seen before.
right.
But it's,
It's clearly within his rights to. It's
Yeah.
absolutely within his rights to charge mileage. So, therefore, when it comes to a vote, I will not be voting against it. But
I'm not sure that it needs to come to a vote, but if I can extrapolate a little bit, when Jack is unable to go get the mail and Jackie does it, can she charge us mileage?
Absolutely.
probably can.
Okay,
Although,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, if she's gotta take all of her bills down to the post office, she probably could. I mean, I guess that you have to rely on the reasonableness of your employees at some point in time, or we gotta be here every day, or we gotta buy a bunch of cars and leave the keys on a rack out here so that people can drive here and pick up a town car and go wherever they're gonna go.
that opens another discussion that we'll talk about another day.
should have sold that cruiser? I don't know.
No, it's a whole different ballgame, it's a whole different position and everything else, and I get into on that one. All right, you've made an explanation? That's all I'm asking for then. Thank you.
So when we were at the CIP, you made a proposal for front end loader. We need to flesh that out before you come to us, so we really only do what matter.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I just, as a prelude to that, I guess I'm more in favor of that than a pickup truck with plow.
Absolutely, I think
It's more efficient for what you need.
I do too, I think it'd be very efficient.
You get the plow boxes and all that other stuff.
We have the pusher up there, and I think that would be really efficient with that pusher.
Yeah, the snow box goes on the backup, right?
Right. Right,
Cool.
yeah.
Anything else for Chris?
No?
So
We got
I'll
Friday at 9.
adjust my way of doing business.
In what way?
No, you have to change anything.
We're not requiring that. I wanted an explanation, that's all.
We didn't make a decision.
No? It's up to you, but thank you for your details and explanations. Hopefully Chip will be able to explain it to the budget.
I'll be from
Enjoy your evening.
You too.
You see the Chip police here?
You've been in and out, I'm not sure why.
I don't think he's there anymore.
So that's done.
You have a budget,
You have one more budget if you wanna,
it's insurance,
yep.
it's pretty straightforward.
Okay. There was a health insurance description for us here.
Yeah.
And I didn't have that, I have it close to. Okay, so we wanna do the, general fund insurance first.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
So we got workers' comp at 28,782. Property and casualty at 49,321. And, policy deductible at 2,000.
Is what it is.
Yeah, we upped the deductible and then we put $2,000 in the budget to pay the deductible, so.
Yeah.
Um,
It's not a huge increase, truly, in this time.
no.
I'd make a motion to approve the insurance budget at $80,103.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, yeah, property down just went up a little bit. That was part of it. Okay, that's done. Where's the, she was gonna give me the total on the health insurance. Did she give either one of you that? The total
No.
on the health insurance?
All I have is just the 2 sheets from Health Trust. One sheet, but it doesn't really,
She gave you that one, right?
yeah,
Is it
But-
included in that? Or she printed that out too?
I didn't get that, and I didn't get,
It should have been, unless she print, it says,
No, this is.
that's the old one.
This is
It's
just-
printed a different day.
No, she was gonna give me a total for, the health insurance. I thought she, yeah, she handed it to me, I don't know how she'd do that. Well, So. Okay. So I've got the total
Okay.
right here. So the total health insurance cost, including dental, is $343,742. And that's up from $311,000.
$32,000.
$32,084 increase. Okay. If you charge the employees 5%, just pick a number, that comes to $17,000. In order to do that, you need to change all of the salary lines that we've already approved. Or charge them 5% and hope for the best.
We can approach this one of two ways.
Okay.
Any new employees will pay 20% of their premium. New employees. And if we're going to instill anything like this on existing employees, I do not want the existing employees to not be whole. I want them to remain whole. So if we do institute a 20% premium payment from the employees, we have to adjust their pay accordingly.
Right. So there's no net savings, just so we're clear.
For existing employees, there is no net
Existing
savings,
employees.
correct.
And in order to do that calculation, are you proposing that we do that prior to the 2023 budget?
If we can, absolutely. If we can't, if it's too late in the year to do that, then I think we need to put it very early on the table for next year for discussion.
Well, I
But,
think you have to notify the employees at any rate.
yeah.
And I'm not sure, although it appears as though from the outset it's not gonna affect them. I don't know, so they need to have warning that this is gonna happen, and then
Mhm.
they can make their case one way or the other. I think 20%'s a little rich, but
Well,
talk about
it's
that too.
it's open for discussion.
Yeah,
It's just something that I think that we need to discuss in one way or the other. Point being is we can't continue to pay 100% of insurance benefits.
I guess we can agree to disagree on that. We're only talking about $300,000 out of a $4 million budget, so it's not as if it's the end of the world. The fact that other people in the community are struggling with their health insurance has other factors involved, and people should be more cognizant about that.
Tufton Borough, I believe, is one of the only towns around remaining that pays 100% of their employees' health insurance.
Right. I'm sure we are, but if you add up the benefits and the salaries together, we're not overpaying our health. It's just as simple as that, so.
No, which is why I
Yeah,
don't,
making more money working in Tamworth, but they only pay 70% of my health insurance, but you're making more money. I mean, the bottom line is what's it cost the taxpayer to support the worker? We're paying maybe less in salaries and more in benefits than other towns, but you can't bifurcate it, you have to put it together. And what's the actual cost of the employee? I mean, you know, it's up to you. I mean, the other calculation which has to come into it is attracting employees. And what are you gonna do about that? And if all of a sudden you wanna hire a fire chief, let's take that out, put that on the table. And he's gonna look for 125, 150 to do that job, because he's got to factor in the health insurance cost, so you know, you're negotiating on two fronts and it makes it a lot harder.
Just for a little history, Bob, I suggested at one point in time the possibility of polling our employees to see if they'd be willing to give up just one paid holiday out of their paid holidays as a gesture. And that didn't meet with any approval from anybody. No one wanted to try that to see. So that would cost us very little money, them very little money, I should say. And to Gary Chahame's point, it would be more for the higher paid employees. Oh, it'd be so, but nobody thought that was a good idea. So you know what? I don't know how to go about it.
well, what I'm proposing isn't gonna cost any existing employees a penny,
Well, we don't want that for sure.
not a penny.
And I appreciate that, Bob. I know what your position is and where you want to take this. We still have to have the discussion with the employees before we, you know, pull the trigger. Let's mull it over until election day. We don't have to make any moves until then anyway. We should set the tax rate today, but we're not gonna.
No,
Meeting next Monday.
well, I don't know, did we get anything back from the county yet?
Yeah, I think so.
It should have come today, actually, right?
Yeah, I thought it came in.
Are we gonna meet on Friday to try to talk to these
Only the two of us
potential?
are.
Oh, that's right. Well, do we need three of us to set the tax rate?
As chairman, we do, yeah,
Okay.
because we all gotta be involved in it. I'm not gonna give anybody a pass. And so maybe we
Okay.
need to think about meeting on Monday.
So we've got a signature file to go through, action items.
I know you got all
Yeah,
sorts of
and
things.
Chief Gary's here with something.
So what do you wanna do about the health insurance now? You wanna just wait until the 8th and vote on that then? Because that's gonna shorten up the timeframe, but the budget committee's not meeting again until after the election, so.
Well, we should, I wanna have the discussion, whether I'm successful or I fail, I wanna at least have the discussion.
All right, let's have it on,
We have plenty of time to talk about it on election day.
yeah, let's have it on, okay. Chief Shigori's back with us for another visit. More,
So you asked about the gas, there's that bill from,
excuse me,
I think it's August, it's the August bill. There's the September bill. And what is attached to this is how it's calculated by the percentages, 51, 44 to the fire department, 5 to the code officer. What I did is I looked at so far this year, how we've been going. We are typically using, we were low at 62 and 57, but then we went up as high as 74% one month. And so,
who does that calculation?
well, this was done years ago, this I just did this year.
Yeah, I don't
Just to
care
see.
about years ago, who does the calculation that plugs the number in the budget? Is that you or is that Kathy?
So we have used this number in the past. I proposed changing it to this because I thought it was how it was actually being used would be a better way of doing it. So I wanted to show you what, because we had 1 month where we paid $1,700. I mean, we're, and that was at the 50%. If we change it to 70%, then we'll be, this is what monthly we paid out.
But those, that sheet right there, and you're right.
This is what we're doing right
Those
now.
are actuals,
These are
right?
actuals this year, yes.
These are actuals. We should have had that number earlier.
Well, no, it's,
I did turn it in earlier, like a month or so
I mean,
ago.
you're right there, I mean, this is saying actual spent to date $6,888.
Right, and I'm projecting we're gonna be around 10,500 at 50%.
Okay,
Just saying, if that ratio changes,
I know, you're not gonna be at 10,500.
by the end of this year,
You only
Yes,
have
well.
2 months left. That's, I mean, you're only averaging right there, what, $688 a month? Like that?
I don't know, I have it, actually, I have a calculator that shows it by months used and all that. But my calculations will be around 10,500 if it stays, if average stays the same, if we use the average amount, but it went up from the early months, which had 0 1 month and $400, $500 some other
Spend more
months.
on television. So I'd bet him $100 if he's wrong.
Well,
And I'd win $100.
I'll give the chief the benefit of the doubt here. He's only got through September. He's got 3 months left, according to this.
That's October 31st.
September came in,
10
September,
10/31.
and there's nothing there.
Okay, but we have it here. Okay,
No, because it comes out,
it's
Next week.
74.48.
it comes out
That's
next
what's
week.
posted right now.
I know that.
7,448 versus 6,888. I mean, it's tracking the way it's tracking. So you got $600 that's already posted.
Okay. Well, I just thought I'd give you this information. And then I looked at my numbers on the budgets and why they were the way they were with the salaries and the uniforms. Is because, I want to be clear, for the part-time officer, that's how I cut the overtime back. But that's part of why there's more in uniforms.
Yeah, but you haven't hired a part-time officer.
But that's how that was in there. Thank
Sorry to
you.
make you hang around so long.
That's all right.
Night shift. Okay, signatures.
Don't think you're gonna do them because all it is the,
Is it the employees?
yeah.
Okay. I mean,
It's the
Okay,
two
so we're gonna
employees.
do that Friday, right?
Do you want all this?
This is,
This additional information. Strawberry?
I'm sorry.
well, thank you. I'm hungry enough to eat all of them.
Okay.
0 calories.
Tyler Phillips wants to know whether or not we want to put out the, how we wanna handle Pier 19, or the pier at 19 Mile Bay. Do we wanna put it out for a firm bid, or do we wanna just get a price estimate? My feeling is that our permitting process isn't complete. We need to carry that money over that we had in the warrant article, because we can't the way the warrant article's worded.
So we have to have a contract?
Yeah.
To be able to encumber the funds.
Right.
That kind of limits us. We kind of do have to put it out to a bid then, don't we, for a
Right.
bid?
Yeah.
If we want to do that.
It's gonna come in at more than the current warrant article's funding for,
Right.
but I think we can still make the deal happen.
How?
Well, we have a bunch of money left from that grant, or some money left from the ARPA grant, and also the additional highway grant funding, state highway fund. So we have a couple of avenues there that we can look at once we get, I mean, we may find the thing comes in at way too much money for what we have in the bank, and now we gotta put it into a warrant article. But without that information, we can't.
Well, I think we have to RFP it.
Okay.
Hmm.
So,
Agreed.
can we direct, Cammy, can we direct Tyler to do that?
To put it out to bid?
Yep.
Yep.
And correspondence.
Action. You always
Action,
skip
I always
over
put
the
action, because I don't believe that I should have to deal with actions.
The gray one, it's the gray one.
Okay, that one. Jesus Christ. Okay, the correction on the budget of 4312, the highways and streets, that was voted on October 17th. The amount was added incorrectly and should be 679,300, not 681,800. So I'm gonna make a motion that we vote on the highways and streets gross budget at 679,300.
Second.
Any discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we did the surplus vehicles, now we've got a solid waste disposal agreement. That I asked this question, why have people don't answer? This is with waste management. And I believe it terminates somewhere there, doesn't it? Did you read this from?
I skimmed.
Because
Only
I
because
forgot
I was reading it
to,
on my phone.
because I forgot to send it to him, the poor guy.
I was reading it on my phone.
Till today. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I didn't have a whole lot of time
So
today.
this is, do you wanna, okay, this agreement is gonna be entered into, or was entered into January 1st, 2020. And I think it only lasts
Assuming it's a 3-year agreement,
5-year,
5 years, so why are we addressing it 2 years early?
because you have to start early.
Are you sure it was because
Yeah,
I think this-
2024.
I think there's fuel surcharges that we're
this was
addressing.
signed back in 2018?
18, that makes sense.
Yeah,
So we're at the 5-year mark.
yeah. This was signed, Jesus, I signed it. God, have I been doing this that long? Okay, 9/11/18.
You went on sabbatical at one point.
I don't think I remember being on sabbatical. So yeah, let's review this information.
Yeah, I'd like to
Yeah.
spend some time.
Pushing it to another one? You had it last week. Now
Yes.
you're gonna do it today. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had that last week?
Not you. No.
It's always me.
It was in the folder and it was asked to be brought today. So I brought it today and
Yeah,
now
it's
we're
not
pushing it to Friday.
But I didn't get it till this morning.
And it's 10 minutes of 8. Jesus. All right, moving on to correspondence, whether you like it or not. Good afternoon, Susan. This is for legal counsel.
So we're gonna be acting on this November 8th.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have time to read it before then.
Okay, so Stephen Buckley of Legal Services Council, New Hampshire Municipal Association, sent us his opinion about something.
That's the opinion about
Fee
planning
changes.
board fee changes, yes.
Okay, State of New Hampshire Police Standards of Training, Abby Gillis of Tufton attended, I guess that's all you have to do. Completed the course, Andrew Shigori completed de-escalation, he did a very good job of that tonight. Board of Adjustment gave us a decision, Department of Environmental Services is having a public hearing. Tufton Townhouse, 247 Middle Road, Tufton, New Hampshire, November 10th, commencing at 6 p.m.
For what?
What's that? For what? Health stuff. Water Division. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive public comments regarding New Hampshire DES application submitted by the town of Tufton Borough requesting to repair an existing municipal wharf by installing sheet piling, so it's 19 miles here. So that's what's happening. So they went into the application, so they're gonna have a public hearing about what benefits.
I'm thinking that the chairman should attend that.
I knew you'd say that. I just had that feeling. Yeah, I'll be there.
I did attend the
It's the 10th.
the last public hearing.
It's not time yet for selectmen's updates.
Okay.
Selectmen's updates.
I attended the Conservation Commission meeting. Steve Scapiccio basically filled you in on everything that happened. I found it interesting that during the PowerPoint presentation that they cherry-picked something that was said having nothing at all to do with the current situation. That was interesting.
Oh, people do that all the time.
I'm well aware of it. You see it everywhere. Yeah, it was interesting, that's all.
Bob?
Planning board meeting last Thursday, the wharf, 53 square foot property line adjustment was approved. Yeah, so that's another step forward in getting the wharf done. A few weeks ago, I did attend a public hearing at the library in regards to the Ragged Island petition. Again, that was very similar to the seaplane public hearing, where there was just a lot of back and forth.
Right.
Little hyperbole, you know.
The currency they're on these
Yeah.
days.
Yeah. So again, we'll have to wait 30 days plus 7 for that judgment. That's it.
All right, I did, and I think both of you were there at the budget committee, so that was the last, I went to that since last week met. I thought it went reasonably well. I did the explanation online about the disparity in the amount of money spent on administrative assistance. That was just dropping the ball, but I had a big day. CIP has met twice, I think, since we all met.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're coming together on a final program. I wanted, because it is my mantra, to leave this town better than I found it. I wanted them to have relevance. They are resisting it all the way to the end. Their capital capacity number is an irrelevant trend analysis of spending. And the fact that our chief of police, who may or may not be in listening range, could go in there and request 2 new cruisers for 2023 and have them include that on their CIP. I found it just makes them irrelevant or less relevant than they could be. They need to have an actual capital capacity number calculated from the actual MS1, and they need to ask the selectmen who are managing the budget for 2023, what is your recommendation gonna be for this department, this department, this department, this department? the department heads should come to us. Cause you're gonna get a CIP report that's gonna include things that we're never gonna even discuss probably. And the whole idea of getting 2 police cruisers in 1 year, I think is off the charts, especially when you're just walking into the first year and a dozen that there's actual inflation. And everything's going up and your budget's changing. So,
Well, the CIP is just, it's basically it's just a wish list.
I want them to have relevance. I want them to be able to go to town meeting and say, we need to buy 2 cruisers, and this is how we, the capital improvements program people, justify that, and this is how you can afford it. They don't have that ability. They should be able to argue effectively with us that we're not doing our job in putting 3 capital reserves together for fire trucks and a dump truck, let's say. You know, we're $450,000 under our capital capacity, and we're not bringing forward capital reserves. What's wrong with us? You know, they should be able to make that argument. They can't. They think they can, but they can't. And I don't know how to change it, but I did my best.
Chair it.
No, I can't.
It's like,
Person. Yeah, and then fielded a number of complaints and questions about Sandy Knoll Road, which brought up all kinds of different craziness. I handed the chief of police one piece of craziness, and I'll leave it at that until he gets back to me. But Sandy Knoll Road, and my understanding is that those folks who own property up there, who are the complainers, are now aware that they do not own that road. That's a class 6 road, it's a town right of way.
All the way to North Line?
No.
No.
And that's what Susie Weeks was
Right,
saying.
it ended at.
I disagree with her. DOT says it goes all the way to North Line Road. So it's still, that portion from there, the end of their property and North Line Road is still in question. But it has no effect on them, because now we're up to Gene Witten's property, so. I don't know what value it would have to go all the way to North Line, I just hate to give up rights of way.
I
think
just
that's
know that prior to 1968, someone cut a trail from North Line Road to Sandy Knoll Road, because that's when I started riding dirt bikes through there. And as the years went by, it got wider and bigger and wider and bigger. And now you can take a Jeep through there, most 4-wheel drives, possibly even a tall 2-wheel drive vehicle, until you get to one of the nasty hills, which is where people have been driving around that hill for a number of years now. That may, after a proper survey is done, be on someone's private property. I don't know that for a fact. But prior to 1968, someone did cut a swath through there that you could ride a dirt bike on. I can do that, but that's as good as I can.
Yeah, and to say that nobody ever, used that road, it's,
I mean, there's old maps that show that it doesn't go all the way through. There's one right at the post office in,
well, this one
So
just
that-
doesn't go all the way through.
yeah, that one doesn't show. I mean, it doesn't, but DOT in their wisdom.
And they're not alive now, but people lived up there.
Absolutely, Brighton was a thriving community.
And they didn't drive all the way around Robin Hood's Barn to get to town, they drove down Sandy Knoll Road, probably.
I think they probably went to Wolfboro.
Or they went
Much
to
easier to
Wolfboro.
go North Line Road.
Yeah.
Although who knows how many little stores were around at that time.
Yeah,
As we know, there's been a bunch of things, so.
anyway, so I spent some time on that, and I think we need to prepare ourselves for whatever public hearing we're having on the skating rink.
On the 14th.
Yeah, so keep that in mind going forward. Cause I think there's gonna be some noise by some people, but it's.
I think it's gonna be well attended.
I hope so,
It would be nice.
yeah,
Mhm.
great.
It would be nice if the meeting was well attended, and then if we do put any kind of a warrant article together, that town meeting was well attended by those same people, because as we know,
Mhm.
or it's well attended by everybody.
Everybody would be great.
That'd
But
be
we
perfect.
have a hard time getting people up.
Have I forgotten anything?
This public hearing,
So,
is the townhouse gonna be big enough?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
it says it's gonna be here.
Here,
Can't be
The
here.
town, the hearing for the pop,
Yeah, on the
Really?
14th?
it's gotta be up.
We can't have that here.
Gotta be at the townhouse. Restate that. Say
okay,
it's been moved because of excessive demand.
Right.
okay.
We can move it, this will be fine. All right, anything else on our,
I'm hungry. I'm good to go. I make a motion to adjourn.
you shouldn't eat this late, you won't sleep well.
I don't anyway.
Anyway, okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Who seconded, please?
Bob,
Bob,
So-
Thank you.
So you know, Bob, those people, I showed you before, these are the ones that get where it says holiday.